The NGO Forum to speak about reimagining civil society's role in Uganda's democratic future between political realities and aspirational governance. And there were a number of things I was asked to do. Maybe let me just start by a very slight definition. There are quite a number of civil society, but I'll adopt that of Britannica, which sees it as a dense network of groups, communities, networks, and ties that stand between the individual and the modern state. And I think that's quite important because it sort of puts, it says there's this thing called the state and suggests that there's something to be feared from the state. Now, the political scientists here will recall the classic compact, the idea that there's a contract between individuals and the state, that there was an initial moment where there was in the state of nature, the state that pre-exists the state, human beings are free. Man is born free, and everywhere is in chains. But the idea is that you're born free. But the very idea of freedom itself becomes a risk to freedom. That if everyone can do what they want, no one is safe. And that therefore you have a small giving up of liberty to secure the rest of liberty. That's the deal, that's the idea behind the social contract. So that the state is created for a very specific purpose, which is to secure liberty. And this is critical because among the values I saw that CSO should commit to going forward, I saw integrity, etc. I didn't see a commitment to freedom. And I suspect this might be the most important value. A strongly held core belief in the importance of human beings to be free. Within, of course, acceptable limits. Those envisaged in Article 43 of our Constitution, the rights and freedoms of others, is a very clear one. But that really, ideally, the default, our default state is one of freedom. And that the state is specifically created to safeguard that freedom. So civil society stands somewhere in the middle of that space between the vulnerable individual and the state. A state which, of course, over the years has become more and more, has claimed for itself more and more power. But then this takes us to a very interesting year. 1648, and the Treaty of Westphalia, in which the idea was that the various ways in which individuals associate and express certain beliefs, values, in which they relate, whether through faith or religion or familiar ties or kinship, Nkwasiba and your friend, Chris Nkwasiba and your friend. The year 1648 is important because the state is created as, and it's going forward, you have to articulate and negotiate within the idea of that particular state. So that while at one point you might say, I'm a Mchiga, I'm a Mnyankwere, I'm a Muganda, I'm a Choli. Well, ideally, everyone should have their state, but practically, you negotiate within the state. So perhaps ideally, the state should be composed of people who share a story, a common story that binds them. But of course, our experience in Uganda and in many other states created out of the colonial moment is one where you have a state that was crafted out of expediency. We shall not belabor the point about the extractive nature of the state and how a political society was crafted around a very specific idea. But just to mention the year, 1889, the Battle of Mengo, in which through force of arms, the Maxim gun, you have a hierarchy of religious, basically a hierarchy of religions in Uganda established, not written, but clear. Protestants at the top, Catholics number 2, Muslims number 3, and others. And that then, of course, is the basis on which we have the Declaration of the Protectorate in 1894. And eventually then, the agreements that formalized colonial rule. I tell this story because that beginning of the state that we have and the contestations that were frozen at that particular time, the subnational groups, many of which were actually states. So there's that famous song in Maria, how do you solve a problem like Maria? How do you solve a problem, in quotation marks, like Buganda? All of which have been reflected in more ways than one in all the foundational documents we've had from the creation of the state. Sometimes they are explicit, other times they are implicit. So in the 1900 agreement, you have land allocated, parceled out, including to churches, specifically, a number of square miles to this church, some land to the Mbogo chief, Mbogo the Mohammedan chief. Clear demarcation based on subnational identity. Now, evidently, therefore, there's a certain tension there at the beginning of our founding. Our birth certificate as Uganda, you know, if you go to report a case, you have to, for some reason, also indicate your ethnicity. I don't know why that is important. But the birth certificate of Uganda has etched into it these features. Some call them questions. So you have a king, Mwanga, who has been exiled, where the experiment in Christianizing him had failed. I think the idea had been to call him Danieri. So Daniel is in exile, and you have Daudi Chua, on whose behalf certain commitments are made. In fact, the very state itself in 1894, the very declaration was procured by an evangelical mission, Bishop Tucker, who went to the United Kingdom and begged and made the case for Uganda that if you invest enough, if as the state, the British state, you have the military, etc., you can do what the company failed to do. And from then on is an entire timeline of this tension in which the state, Chris talks about, and the entire theme of the convention is politics, money, and that is right at the start of Uganda, but there's of course another M that is missing in that formulation. I see someone, I think, sharing. I'm tempted to ask, to ask what is the missing M. Okay, I'll let you be. But let me perhaps ask, what is the missing M? We've talked about money, there's politics. What is the other M that is missing in any discussion of Uganda's governance? Which one? Anyone? There are no, well, there are some wrong answers, and I'll tell you when there are wrong answers, but shall be kind about it. Chris, we're talking about money, politics, but there's a certain M that cannot be missed. Which one? Anyone? There's an M. There's a certain thing that starts with M. Yes, yes, Malcolm. Because the very foundation of our state, the battle of Mengo, the very battle, the one that decides the fate, establishes the hierarchies, also establishes the partnership that Uganda will play in the subjugation of other subnational groups. So in discussing civil society, a history of those manifestations is necessarily a history also of the military, a history of how the military was used to establish a political structure, and how through that military and political structure, money was extracted from the communities now called Uganda. Right from the agreement of 00, from the hard tax, the land tax, to the orders in council, 1902, native authority agreements, everything else. But something else is happening at that moment. There's a change being forced on the individual. He's being required, he and she are being required to go through a process of, you had to go through a process of, I don't know, cleansing, maybe is the best way to describe it. To take part in the new state that was being crafted from 1894 going forward, you had in some ways to denounce your former self. Denounce the forms of education you had before. Denounce your very names. I've already referenced Danieli and Daudi. Denounce your religion. And incidentally, the one religion that was criminalized by the colonial state as quote-unquote witchcraft in 1906 in the Witchcraft Ordinance was that one religion that dared be used, that dared challenge authority. So from that moment onwards, you have a confluence of things, and it's apparent from the case law of the time. Case law, part of which we are going to see echoes of today. I'll just give one example, Rex versus Amkeo, that famous case that declared polygamy to be problematic, and actually basically said it was dismissed it as wife purchase, etc. The language inside there is a language of money. The judge says the lady was not a free contracting agent. That's the language of the market. The idea was to create in the native a subject who could move on their own, operate in the state on their own, pay taxes as an individual, and that will replicate in other cases, Goabin, Kilimo. The idea that we want to see you as an individual, participating in the market, forced on you, paying taxes, but detached in some ways from the community. So when independence reaches, the question was, will this state change? Was that state going to be transformed? And strangely, or perhaps predictably, throughout the wave of decolonization, the agreement was uti possidetis. Let the borders stand. It was perhaps practical. Renegotiating. Uganda had tried to leave in 1960 with the Luchiko Memorandum, but again by force of arms, it was kept within Uganda. We know the attempt in 1966 and the trauma from that period. We know 71 to 79. We know our history. Let's just fast forward to 1995 in the next 20 minutes that I have. Because Actually, let's start at 1986. Because there you have, because that's the current state that we have. You have a group that were masters of violence, masters of sophisticated violence. Because of course Idi Amin was a soldier, and there had been soldiers before. But in the NRM/A, you had a group that had mastered, had actually best approximated the use of violence in the colonial period, because the colonial violence was not just brutal, and actually could not just be brutal because there were not enough officers on the ground in any case. I think at the highest, there might have been not about 5,000 or 8,000, I need to check. 8,000 people for a local population in the millions. It was impracticable to use force alone to either establish or maintain colonial rule. So a lot of it was again maintained through the means we have described. Religion. There's an interesting book by Teverondwa, Missionary Teachers as Agents of Colonialism. That was a very, very important mechanism. It's not just here but elsewhere, even in slaves obey your masters. What better mechanism? It's right there, it's in the book. All authority comes from God. There's just so many ways in which religion was a very important means of maintaining what could not merely be maintained by force. Education also. Law also, because it has that legitimizing idea around it. Money also, because what was the 1900 agreement if not a land grab? And I think Kalundi Serumaga makes the point, and I think even his Twitter handle is still native land grab, I think. What was the 1900 agreement if not one of the biggest heists in Uganda's history? So Museveni and his team were successful and have been successful to date because they added ideology to the gun and mastered the ways in which to alternate between actual force, in which you see people being shot, as happened in Kasese and in the last election, and then processes of constitution making and parliaments and courts and NGOs and civil society conventions and NGO bureaus and human rights commissions, balancing brute force where necessary and things that make us feel safe, happy, contented. So there was a very easy alliance in 1986 between the state and good NGOs, NGOs that did not challenge the state. Uganda Women's effort to save orphans. Who can argue against that? Well, and of course, that was actually started by the First Lady, isn't it? And quite a number of other, quote-unquote, developmental NGOs, the good NGOs, assisting the state, assisting the government to do in places where, for a whole range of reasons, there was no capacity. So you have those good NGOs working side by side with other mechanisms. Parliament is there, and again, Kalundi, we have to quote from Kalundi, who says, and I credit Yusuf Serunkuma for bringing this to my attention on Twitter yesterday. So there had been complaints that there's a lot of bribery in Parliament, and Kalundi made the point that, no, that's not the problem. Parliament was the bribe. Parliament was the bribe. Which is that the Constitution of 1995 itself, a document that was a way, again, consistent with people waiting for a transition, they are getting anxious, give them a long, drawn-out constitution-making process. Make it as elaborate as possible, but of course ensure that within it, only one correct answer will emerge, one correct solution. Ensure that there's no serious discussion about the subnational contestations, the networks, remember the definition, the dense networks of groups, individuals, communities that make up Uganda. Ensure that they don't actually have a real discussion about the nature of the state. Ensure that the answer that you want comes out. Ensure that the movement system is going to be enshrined in the document at the famous Article 269, etc., etc., etc. And in that same document, recognize the good NGOs. And so the national objectives are full of recognition of the role of NGOs in supporting the state in terms of education, health, etc., etc. Give a little room for civic organizations. In Article 38, talk about the right to civic participation through either individually or organizations. Give some room in Article 29 for expression and association. Talk about popularizing the Constitution in Article 4. Make some concessions, certainly. But of course, and again, so you make some concessions, but you postpone the real discussion. You postpone the real discussion that we've never had as Ugandans, never quite had, about the nature of the state. Never. In the run-up to independence, the discussion was in Marlborough and Lancaster. A few groups taken there who suffered in winter, were anxious to come back home, and were in any case, 66, 71, 79, all of these problematic, traumatic experiences. And then the fuss of 1988 to 1995 that has that document then that is described, in which Parliament was a bribe, and the bribes keep happening. There are people who are talking about empty, how full the prisons are, and of course they are. But we are in one large prison, all of us walking around in this huge prison in which we are let out temporarily to breathe. But any of you watch The Truman Show? This gentleman who lived his life until he realized that what he thought was his life was in fact a reality show. But his neighbors, etc., were all parts of the... We're living The Truman Show, in which the producer is Museveni and company. So you're allowed to be as long as you're good. Just like it had been in the colonial period, you were allowed to survive as long as you were... There was an actual ordinance, the Removal of Undesirable Natives Ordinance, 1908. You could move, live, and breathe as long as you remained a desirable native. Who was a desirable native? Someone who paid their taxes, worked hard, performed forced labor once in a while, and didn't complain. So we're allowed to move around, make speeches like this, go back home, as long as whenever your phone is tapped, the keywords are missing. The keywords, I imagine, what, bomb? I don't know what else would be the keyword that would finally let you become a guest of the state. And that, of course, is a very smart approach, to have a Truman Show like and civil society, good ones, good NGOs, good judges, good members of parliament, good elections, a good electoral commission, etc. And one of the ways the Truman Show continues to happen is the mind. Is the mind. Religion did a number on us, a terrible one. It continues to do a very significant number on us. The very same justifications. All power comes from all power comes from the Lord. If the Lord did not want him to be president, he would not be. A failure to recognize that the struggles of others are a joint struggle, and I'll explain this shortly. Can we have the free and democratic society contemplated in Article 43 without a pedagogy that is steeped in emancipation? I don't think so. Right from primary school, the method of instruction is through canes. And our teachers proudly told us the African child is what? Ears aware. In the buttocks, without any sense of irony whatsoever. So you're traumatized in primary school, traumatized in secondary school, and also, I must admit, traumatized at university. The lecturers also are traumatized. I won't say very much. But there's a whole range of ways in which we accept limitation. And worse, we reproduce it, reinforce it, we justify it. There's a reason why the secondary school, the missionary schools were established way before, and only reluctantly, Makerere as a vocational school in 1922. And the reason why legal education was never provided in the colonial state, never. So the first locally trained lawyers were produced in terms of studying here. That only happened after 1962. And I suspect there's a reason why a real liberal arts education is still denied to many people. But what that does is that then you have it was Immanuel Kant who said, dare to think. But how can you dare to think if in primary school there was a list of talkatives? A list of those who were talking when the teacher was outside the class. It was a dreaded list. To be on the list of those who were talking. So how then can you demand active citizens who have been channeled through a funnel of subservience? My daughter was in a traditional school, one which my mother attended. And I made the choice to remove all of them and take them elsewhere, when on one of the visiting days, a teacher assured me, your daughter is doing well, but she has one problem. She's too expressive. But don't worry. Don't worry, we shall work on it. Don't worry, we shall work on that. She expresses herself, but don't worry. That's the challenge, that's her problem, but don't worry. Give us about 2 or 3 terms, and we shall have worked on it. I feared what was going to be done to this young Muchiga girl. So I took her somewhere else where, anyway. But the link, that link is missing. And that's why the Constitutional Court of Uganda could, without irony, in the Fox Odoi case, say that yes, there's academic freedom within limits, within the limits of your expertise. So, yes, you can be an academic, but if you were hired as a lawyer, perhaps you shouldn't be talking about political science. What kind of freedom is that? Also, geographical. Once you leave the university, once you leave the gates of the university, then and the idea was because you might have ideas that cause disquiet. And many Ugandans cheered that decision without reading the text. The idea was, yes, those ones, those bad people, without any irony. You have the Constitutional Court sanctioning a 4.5-day consultation process. 4.5 days. 4.5 days. That was passed as legitimate. So, Chris, what is the value that civil society in Uganda could have? I think the most important one is a real commitment to freedom, with all the consequences that has, with the mess that brings, with the messy conversations, the negotiations, the difficulties we shall have to have as a group. What do I mean? As we were waiting for the day to start, the very lovely choir began to sing a song that I then recognized as being the song Adam Nekawa. It's a song by Bobby Wine from a number of years ago. And it begins, it says, "So it was written, so it must be done. Omwami afuge, n'omukyala agonde, amaka gasobole okubeerawo. Ekitiibwa ky'omukyala kwe kubeera n'omwami gw'ayagala ate gw'agondera." Okay, I'll translate. But it's steeped in religion. That it was written that the man is the head of the house and he should head it, and the wife must submit. And that is the basis on which the home will survive. Okay. It was a nice song, nice lyrics, nice beats rather. But just go a little bit into the words and you realize the problem. A problem of a society that has accepted chains, that negotiates for freedom for us, that the NGO Act is problematic and must be liberalized. There are too many restrictions. My license was not given to me. It's been a year now. Allow me to, as an NGO. But surely, in this Uganda here, it's very important that for the stability of the family, there must be a head of the house, and that's also, it's in the homework, isn't it? It's in social studies homework. Who is the head of the house? The only acceptable answer, the father. 2025. So how can you have freedom and democracy that the society envisaged in Article 43 of the Constitution if you have an entire educational system, an entire way of thinking steeped in religion and culture, etc., that not only tolerates but justifies and reinforces chains for others, women, and a whole range of marginalized groups which civil society has said, those ones, yeah, as we do human rights, but those ones, those ones. But how? Do you not see the embedded? Do you not see that that's impossible? A real commitment to freedom. And it's going to be a challenge, of course, because there are new old dangers. Very recently, the Constitutional Court of Uganda held that no-fault divorce is not constitutional. I don't know. But in coming to that decision, the Constitutional Court cited at length the views of a gentleman called Scott Yena, Bradford Wilcox, and a certain group called Holland Family Law. The views of Mr. Yena were given 7 pages out of a decision that was about 50-something pages. Scott Yena. Who is Scott Yena? He's a gentleman who has said, 2021 at the National Conservative Conference, said that educated women are meddlesome, quarrelsome, are medicated, meddlesome, and quarrelsome. This is a gentleman who conceivably will not appreciate the idea of having female justices of the Constitutional Court. This is a gentleman who is now being cited, whose ideas and thoughts now form part of the law of our land. On that same question were several voices of Ugandan women, written. Dr. Zahara Nampeo, who I think will be on the panel later on, Dr. Maria Nasali, Dr. Esther Mayambala Kisache, Dr. Monica Twesime Kiria. Not even cited, not even acknowledged. Instead, the views of Christian nationalists being foregrounded, given prominence, to the detriment of the constitutional freedoms in our Constitution. So certainly, we need to recognize and respond to new dangers, new shifts, new threats to freedoms. And I always find that alliance very strange. And maybe when our Ugandans start getting deported, maybe then they'll appreciate, anyway. We are now, if I may just 1 minute, we're now entering, and the confluence of bad actors is clear to see. There are now agreements between our state and other states in which we agree to receive criminals. We have accepted a role as shithole countries. We were called shithole countries in the past, and now we're acquiescing, we're ratifying that description by literally entering into an agreement in which we agree to receive the worst of the worst. At least during colonialism, the so-called undesirable natives were removed from here and taken elsewhere. Now, our role in the global community is to remove the undesirable natives of elsewhere. How low we have sunk. But that agreement comes with, what are we getting out of it? Perhaps the agreement to look away when people are being told to nyankore in the basement. So to recognize that the importance of freeing Uganda here, it's important so that as a minimum we have a place that we can call home for everyone, and in which everyone, without distinction as to race, sex, etc., can be free, without the military men hovering over us. But even if those military men are taken away, without also the songs, Adam and Hawa, and such other men, the head of house. Secondly, of course, the question around internal transitions, and I'm glad it was envisaged there. SEHAD has done something there. Chapter 4, I see Anthony Masaga here, there's been a transition there. On Saturday, we are celebrating the transition at TIRAF. So, it's good also. There has to be some element of dynamism and energy within these organizations. How can you promise or aspire to freedom elsewhere if you have the youth in your organization bottled up with no foreseeable transition, no elections even to speak of? We certainly have to reduce personal vulnerabilities, personal and organizational vulnerabilities. This may sound strange, but you're easier to control and easier to shut up if you need money. And at the personal level, your chances of needing money are higher if you have very many children. And very many wives or husbands. Then you almost become a small state. Your school fees bill every term, then you have to be corrupt. So many things happen. Personal vulnerabilities. If, on the other hand, however, you have cut your cloth according to your size, you've been rational, you've been logical, you have not been too greedy, you're more able to withstand threats, either direct or indirect, about your source of income, etc. Or even threats to your personal liberty. But if you're 60, 65, that should be the age when you're happy to go to prison because your kids are old. But now you're 60, you have a baby, then you're also saying, my children are young. I'll not continue on that point. But finally, before Chris comes here and drags me off kicking and screaming, from the Law Society, we have a radical new bar. And the president of that radical new bar is in exile. Which is a very good thing, because it means he did his work well. It means he was a bad ULS president. Bad in quotation marks. We need some, Mamdani once talked about a good Muslim and a bad Muslim, in quotation marks of course, and the idea about how states were forcing, creating this caricature of Islam and terrorizing Muslims within this rubric of good Muslim, bad Muslim. Obote, it's rumored that Obote talked about a good Muganda, etc. Sorry? Yeah, but it's a rumor. We hear talk of the good opposition. Matthias Mpuga perhaps is a good one. I see on the program Norbert Mao is going to close, might close. He's perhaps good because he's good, isn't it? Eh? The good opposition doesn't even present presidential candidates. They are fine. As DP, personally, I think Museveni should stay, he said. Mpuga also says, personally, I think really, President will leave, we go for parliamentary, good opposition. I suspect there's also good civil society, isn't it? Eh? There must be good civil society. Which one? Yes, so you're mentioning some names, those are yours. But I suspect there's good civil society. Civil society with which the government is very happy. No problem whatsoever. We like you very much, you're good. I suspect we don't need good civil society. But Chris, you guys were very happy yesterday with the NGO Bureau, they were here. There was no contestation. Was there a contestation whatsoever? You were happy. You are happy, everything is fine. They're in the same prison. I said this one time, I'll say it again. I was shocked when on Twitter I saw a member of the Human Rights Commission sharing a joke with the CDF. The CDF who is on record as live tweeting torture. A good Human Rights Commission. So, yeah, so you're scared of the NGO Bureau? What? Chris, you like them? You're scared of... This is why I'm on this app. To tell the truth and run back to Makere. Maybe there's need now for bad civil society. A bad civil society that actually stands between the individual and the state. Not a civil society that seems to be too comfortable with the state, too comfortable with negotiating through licensing, begging for existence, accommodating. Yes, Andrew, it had to be Andrew Karamaji, and you can see you're clapping alone because you're the only bad one. And incidentally, the name is here, written in red, Andrew Karamaji. Yes, that is the example of bad civil society. And that is the bad civil society that we need. We need a radical new NGO, a radical new civil society. Andrew, are you still in exile? You come, you go. Yes, that's how it should be. You should be so bad that you continue to stay in Uganda peacefully, unbothered, is untenable. It should be so bad that I think you described, I saw in the program, works with civil society in Zimbabwe, Zambia, and South Africa. Uganda is stopped officially. It should be so bad that that's what happens. If, however, civil society, you are allowed to exist without something has gone wrong. But final answer is, final, and it goes back to the point I made about the state, that beyond the organization, we must remember the groups that were constrained in 1888, ourselves, but others, including those whose way of life we might disagree with, because what is freedom if not for everyone? Thank you very much, Chris. Awesome.
The good civil society is greeting and thanking him. I got goosebumps at some point. Let's give Kabumba a big round of applause. Now, the Bureau is Stephen Okello is following this conversation online, and he's been texting the good civil society, and he liked it. He liked it. I think this is a message for us all. And because of how excellent this keynote has been, we have decided to make a modification of how we run the next panel. Have you guys watched how the Nobel laureates have conversations amongst each other? Yes or yes? No? Oh, okay. So we're going to exemplify this just now. So Dr. Kabumba, I'm going to ask you to come back to the stage. Please clap for him as he comes. Incidentally, I've ambushed him. Allow me also ask another lawyer, a lecturer of law at Uganda Christian University, Jemima E. Kiwudu, I think I pronounced the name. Oh, Kwedu, I think, to also come to the stage. If you're clapping, clap. You will like what we have decided to do. I also like to invite another lawyer from the Future Africa Lawyers Association, Namatovu Sherina, to join us as well on the stage. Guys, we are cooking. Please clap properly, and I am absolutely sure you will like it. Allow me as well invite yet another lawyer, a lecturer as well at Makerere University School of Law, Doctor of Laws, Executive Director of NetPil, James Nkubi. James Nkubi. That's how my mother would pronounce his name, and I'm sure my mother is very, very proud of me for doing that. James Nkubi, Isha, come to the stage. And those of you who know me, If I had to, okay, I have prayed that I become younger and choose another career, not as an economist that I am, but become a lawyer. When that prayer was not granted, I decided to leave my aspirations of lawyering through a good friend, Karamaji Andrew. So allow me to invite my good friend, Karamaji Andrew. In fact, I am also leaving my aspirations of a bad civil society through him. So please clap for Karamaji Andrew as he joins us. And then, finally, my young brother, Malcolm Musime, is going to, Malcolm Pamizok and whatever. Malcolm Pamizok is going to moderate this exchange between extremely brilliant people. And our job is to watch and learn.
Thank you very much, Chris. As he aptly put it, I'm his younger brother. More bearded, but certainly less respected in the civil society space. I think Chris's flowers will come at the end, but for all the up and down he has done yesterday, today, please just give him a round of applause. So, as Chris did mention, we are doing something different. I'm told this can't move, so I'm the one who might have to. So we're going to try to do something different for this panel. We're going to have a conversation amongst the panelists. We will have some time to come to the audience for some comments, maybe questions, preferably comments, but what we're going to have is a kitchen table conversation. So drop the whole doctorate thing. Remember, we were told we should stop using the title. So the civility of, you know, I'll wait for them to first finish, then I say what I want to say. No, you have an idea, you put it forward. You want to put across something. I know some of you might have prepared some notes that you'd want to share. I know, I won't mention who, but one of the panelists did mention to me that they want time to say what they have prepared to say. You will be given that time. I'll also say that coming after a very wonderful presentation from Dr. Kabumba, you are sort of lifted on a euphoric cloud while Kabumba is speaking, and almost questioning every aspect of the reality that you've come to accept, that is. And so I'm going to try and ground us a little bit as we ease into the next session. So this session is supposed to be looking at the evolution of civil society, the evolving role of civil society in Uganda's development. Yesterday, we were aptly told that there is no quantification, way of quantifying civil society's role in Uganda's development. There have been certain attempts. There are certain historical accounts of the role that civil society has played in the development of Uganda, and that cuts across from politics to governance to health to education. I did read somewhere that one of Uganda's first civil society organizations was the Uganda Motor Drivers Association in 1938, that gave birth to Ignatius Kangave Musazi, who later became a political icon for Uganda. So that's where civil society's contribution has its roots. We all know that civil society, and I love the Britannica version of defining civil society as broad and wide. And so when you talk about the good and the bad civil society, those that think they are, that say they are NGOs but not civil society, because civil society has taken on a certain connotation. civil society is much wider and much broader, and has and continues to play a significant role. I have some interesting figures from those that have tried to quantitatively qualify civil society's contribution. You have figures such as $89 million expenditure for civil society in 1998. That was a study that was done. Uganda National NGO Forum, aka Good Civil Society, and Oxfam in 2018 also did a study which put the contribution at 4.7 trillion Uganda shillings, which was about 18% of the budget in 2016-2017. So there have been attempts to quantify. As we get into this particular conversation, I'm going to request that the panelists here just feel free to share as you feel led. And I'll start with a question that, well, I'll share, and I'll ask probably Kabumba to go first in responding to it, and then we can have some other conversations coming in. So you do mention quite a bit in your presentation about the disquiet and contestations that exist within society in what is now referred to as Uganda. I do recall certain conversations that have pitted civil society as Uganda's opposition in an era where, again, the idea seemed to be an attempt to address the disquiet. We all know about that movement era after 1995, and it is written, and so it should stand, that it was designed to address some of those levels of disquiet and build a more broad-based and focused Uganda. But that led to civil society being viewed as the opposition because there was no functional opposition at that time. And then civil society gets credited for the return of political parties, because we know that some of the strong political parties actually grew out of civil society. How would you say that civil society has shaped Uganda's politics? Specifically, the development of Uganda's politics.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. I'll try not to say too much, since I've already said quite a lot. Just to say that you mentioned 1938. I think one can even take it as far back as the 1920s, when the Bataka pushed back against the settlement that had happened in the agreement 1900. Basically said, look, what happened, and challenged, again, really based on the economic relations resulting in the 1928 Busulu and Vujolo. Both the Bataka, incidentally, and the so-called peasants. So political activity actually starts is rooted in economic life and what had happened to dispossessed people in Uganda, but also elsewhere. And so, to that extent, the attempt to delink it is ahistorical and futile, because if you like, the opposition to the colonial state emerged directly from civil society organizations or organic groupings in that sense. So I don't see how you can draw a clean line. And incidentally, this goes back to the debate about even the Buganda Kingdom, or even the structure of Article 246 of the Constitution. I hope I'm correct in terms of the numbering. That suggests that you have returned traditional institutions, Chapter 16 of the Constitution, that you have returned traditional institutions, but that must be apolitical. Now, it's impossible, and this whole debate, Professor Lokonyango had it earlier. By its very nature, traditional institutions are political entities. They may not be partisan necessarily, although again, wink, wink. But the idea that you can neatly draw a line between political parties, traditional institutions, etc. is futile.
And I like that you draw a distinction between partisan and political, because I think it was shared here yesterday, the NGO Bureau Secretary did mention that civil society organizations, NGOs, must not be political. Not partisan, but must not be political. How does that play out?
It can't play out. And that's why I'm surprised that you are trying to negotiate with the NGO Bureau. It's impossible. They are directly, I think, Chris, you invited me so because I can quarrel. I think I'll be joined by Andrew. It is, I understand where you guys are coming from. I understand the need, because maybe if they're not in the program, the convention may not take place. And so that allows then the space for such things to be said. But I mean, logically, how do you separate, how do you say non-governmental? Article 38 is clear. Article 38 allows for participation, either individually or through civic organizations. Article 29 is similarly broad. So any attempt to proscribe, to limit those freedoms, either through law, such as the NGO Act, or regulations, or speeches delivered yesterday or even today later on, is wrong, it's unconstitutional, and it's illegitimate. And that's why I say there must be a daring to think and followed by a daring to act. But again, you will say the license, my family, my children are young. It is
says the man who has confessed to having traveled to that western part during the last elections. The bikes are a little too far from us if we are to really have this lively conversation. I could tell Karamaji was mumbling a few things, but the microphone was too far. Partisan, political, what is the role of civil society, Andrew?
Thank you. I think that Dr. Kabumba has elaborately responded to that question. We do not need to belabor the point. If you will allow me some latitude, in discussing this question, there are certain things that I feel are fundamental to the discussion, which if presented would then help us have an even deeper conversation, even though Dr. Kabumba has already given us enough depth. So with your permission.
Latitude granted.
Yes, thank you. So it is apparent to me, and I'm using these words deliberately, as a young black man living in a third world or in third world countries, that there is a global hierarchy of races. There's a global hierarchy of races. And if you are discussing a question of civil society in Uganda, we have to be able to understand where we belong or how we are seen within the globe based on this question of race. Not too long ago, following the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, a number of organizational budgets in African countries were either withdrawn or reduced by funders. And this money, we were told, was to support the situation in Ukraine. There can be many logical explanations to that, but for me, it's just one of many examples of the global hierarchy of races and who matters and who matters less. If you see the kind of attention that has been given to the conflicts in Sudan, the Eastern DRC, and most prominently Gaza, it is that there is a different classification of people so that even when you are civil society in Uganda, not all animals are equal. In discussing our future, I think that that should be at the center of that conversation. Also importantly, Malcolm, there are documents that Dr. Kabumba has referred to, and I think as discussants we have to respond to those. So the Treaty of Westphalia, I will add the UN Charter 1945, Declaration of Human Rights 1948, the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and so on. In my opinion, my considered opinion, that kind of multilateralism, international relations, has collapsed, no longer exists. How can we, as civil society in Uganda, continue to think about ourselves within the frame of an order that no longer exists? I argue that multilateralism, as conceived today, is something that no longer exists. The Premier of Israel is an indictee of the ICC, a UN body. He gave a speech at the UN General Assembly a few days ago. Omar el-Bashir, Vladimir Putin, cannot travel anywhere near those institutions because they would be arrested. That cannot happen. So as we discuss this, I think we should be alive to those changes and not try to think about ourselves within a world where might is right, as opposed to right being the correct thing. Also, I'd like to say something delicate and dangerous here, and maybe qualify it and say these are my views. That the global community or regional and national community of civil society actors has forced us into soft issues that do not challenge the foundations of poverty, global inequality, and the paradox of poverty amidst plenty. In 2021, understandably, it's COVID. In 2022, it's carbon emissions. In 2023, it's some other issue. 2024, we're told it's now energy. 2025, it's another. And these calls for proposals are issued arbitrarily. You cannot say, yes, your call for proposals is about tree planting, but I want to submit a proposal on housing. You must fit within that. So this relationship where people sit somewhere and issue calls for proposals based on what they feel we should apply for, and we all run in that direction of applying for funding in that area, is something that will not guarantee our survival if it is another person setting the tone of what it is we do. I think the point is made. We can have more elaborate discussions on this. Tied to that is what I respectfully think is very time-consuming, laborious things like the log frame, quarterly reports, indicators, outcomes, outputs. No, that's not an output, that's an input, that's a this. Ticking boxes all day long without actually challenging the real issues that lead to militarization, that lead to a world that is unfairly and inequitably organized. Those are things that I think we should concern ourselves with. The second last, for now, is that we see, and Dr. Kabumba, again, as a discussant, I have to respond to what he was saying, to complement what he already said. There is an alliance in the world today between far-right extremist movements, political parties and governments, even in established democracies, with our dictators, despots, crime syndicates, warlords, and family dynasties. So, let me use names. Donald Trump is making deals in the name of Americans. Americans as individuals largely are innocent of these actions. But there's an alliance between these individuals in the West and our own people here, making agreements in the name of their countries while excluding the rest of us, which Ugandans have agreed that we should have members of criminal cartels deported to our country, and this is made in our name. Loans are signed and given to Uganda, and an organization which I greatly respect that deals with budgeting and so on cannot talk about it because of its alignment to the Ministry of Finance or whomever is in charge of fiscal policy in our country. So what future do we have in a situation where established democracies, so-called, and our countries are led by criminals who are now in alliance and have hijacked the states and are using them to run foreign policy and international trade? Finally, I would like to challenge the human rights-based approach, that thing which says we have citizens on the one hand, whom we call rights holders, and who can guess the second one? Very good. Duty bearers.
No prizes.
Okay, no prizes. Who we refer to as governments. I would like to contend that neither exists in the sense that we intend them for in a state like Uganda. All of you traveled here, I assume, largely by road today. Just look at how we move. What dignity do Ugandans have on the road? Borders, you're riding in the same lane with vehicles. It's just an undignified existence that we have. Citizens should be productive, should have ability to participate, they should have an identity beyond the passport and the ID. They should have some kind of, a sense of belonging. If you don't, then look at the government, the thing that we refer to as a government. In my view, is a collection of military, ethnic, and other illicit interests that have hijacked the state of Uganda and used that state to perpetrate what they want to do with us. So, for us to continue telling Ugandans that HRBA, when we know the truth about our existence, I think is dangerous. We have to rethink and formulate a new approach to the work that we do so that we are not perpetrating a lie. In my generation and younger ones, when two people are about to engage in certain types of relations, one person usually asks the question, what are we? Are we boyfriend, girlfriend?
Define us.
Are we? I mean, someone will ask
yes.
you. We've gone to dates. We've hung out. You've come to my house. We've gone to movies.
What
together.
are we doing?
What are we? And usually it's about you clarifying that we're boyfriend, girlfriend, friends with benefits, intending husband and wife, or we're just in a situationship. My question to us as civil society: what are we? In Uganda, what are we? I will end with this. Are we a constituency? A constituency should mean that we have some tangible group of people who care about our existence so that if we are shut down, there are effects in town, that Action Aid has been raided. There should be protests breaking out across Kampala. If that doesn't happen, then what is your constituency? In whose name do you operate? And what can we learn from civil societies in Sudan, Bangladesh, Kenya, South Africa, and Nepal, which have tangibly affected and directed the flow of discussions in those countries? I have painted a grim picture, but I have solutions that I'll suggest later. Thank you very much.
So you're asking if civil society stands between the state and its citizens, and civil society is afraid of the state just as the citizens are, then who are we? But ladies and gentlemen, trust Andrew Karamaji to dampen your mood, to turn your kitchen table conversation into a panel discussion. we were moving away from this, but you've raised some very, very important points. And some would say, isn't that the price of democracy? Because Trump was elected. Freely, relatively fairly, we could say. And orders that's been there is good democracy and there is bad democracy in line with what Kabumba has been telling us. But going to you, Jemima, from what Andrew has said, are we complicit in the state agenda? Are we just appendages as civil society? Are we actors in that reality show and playing a certain part when we further their objectives and present as good civil society?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, and colleagues on the panel. Thank you very much. I would like to start with the analogy that as civil society in Uganda, for lack of a better word, we are playing dress up. And why I would say that we are playing dress up is, where are we going? Who are we going to meet? Like, you know, the ladies get the analogy better. We get the best dress, get the best, and the best ideas. That
even when we don't know who we are yet,
that will
you still
suit
dress
the
up.
person that we are going to talk to at the moment. I would like to agree with Dr. Kabumba, and I also agree with Mr. Karamaji, that civil society needs to start looking at why are we civil society in the very beginning. I've been contemplating on Article 1 of the Constitution. It says power belongs to the people. And who are the people? We are the people that are part of the civil society.
Is that where the problem originates?
So
that there's a fallacy that power belongs to the people?
There's a fallacy in the power belongs to the people, but we are aiding that fallacy, that we dress up to suit who we are going to talk to at what point. What are donors funding at this very exact moment? That is what we are going to go towards. It's climate change, it's, you know, it's these many problems. But our problem as Ugandans is the democratic environment, because we do not have power because the democratic environment has disenabled us and removed our voices from us. So how then, as a person who doesn't have a voice, how do you go to present issues that you need to use a voice to present to people who don't even understand what your problems are, because for them the climate and environment is quite very, very important at that point. So this brings me to another point, that there are very many similarities between the government and civil society, which is not supposed to be the case. Karamaji yesterday said, we love our siblings, but we are not in bed with them. We don't, you know, we don't sleep with them. We love the government, but we are not supposed to be romanticizing the government. We are supposed to be bold and tell the government that this is the problem that we have. At points where we are looking at compliance as civil society, and we are saying, okay, NGO Forum is going through some troubles there. You know, their accounts have been frozen, but because my NGO is maybe based in West Nile, it's based in Jinja, I'm going to be very quiet. I'll be like, those are Kampala people problems. These are our problems together, because we are the community of civil society. That is what we are. So we do not need to have similarities with government. While people sit at their desks and write proposals, I've always asked myself, every civil society has a group and category of people that they do represent. Have you asked the people you're writing a proposal for, is this the problem you want to address in your society? But rather, the donors say, you wrote a proposal for Jinja. No, we don't think Jinja is the best place. Please take this funding that we are going to give you to Arua. Yet, when you look at the rankings, Busoga is one of the poorest places that we have in Uganda. And there are statistics to this, but they're saying, no, West Nile looks like a better place for us to carry out whatever we are going to carry out with you. So I think that if we are going to engage citizens that we represent according to Article 38 as civil society, then we need to also get the voices of these citizens, because everywhere that we come from, we are representing a group of people that we need not forget because of the donor wants and needs. And secondly, Dr. Kabumba talked about freedom. Civil society needs to locate its voice. Oftentimes I have told Dr. James Kubi, who is my friend, I am locating my voice, because as civil society we need to locate our voices and talk about the issues that are very pertinent. We cannot say we are civil society and yet we see that the efforts for people to freely associate, to assemble, and to have freedom to speak what is on their minds according to the power that they have in Article 1, that they are being held captive, and we are still very comfortable because, oh, it's not me. And then as civil society leaders, you just keep hearing so-and-so's phone is being tapped. And then you're even comfortable not having your right to privacy, and you still tell other people, please don't do direct calls. We can make a WhatsApp call. You're helping yourself remain in the prison. Why don't you stand up for yourself? Because that's where it starts from. Say, I have a right to speech, a right to communicate. Then we get it from there. But you're rather providing alternatives for yourself and freely keeping in this prison that is growing and also catching up with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jemima. Yeah, some additional stark realities there. Some people have phone lines in other people's names to avoid being tracked. And yeah, we're being told that is not helping. We should stand up for ourselves. But my question is, how do you get tough with your banker? How do you even start to get tough with your banker? Because pushing back, and by banker, it could be the donors that are determining, it could be the government. We've talked about how militarized the state is now. And Andrew, Jemima, BK, you're all saying, let us do something about it. But what can we do, James? What do we do how does civil society operate effectively, efficiently, or does it even in a militarized state?
So much, and also to be on this panel with my boss, Dr. Kabumba, in my other life.
I thought we had dropped those things.
Yeah, but I have to leave this place and it will be my boss, so I'm cautious. Thank you again. Of course, people clapped for Karamachi because he was bashing the log frames, the indicators. All of us are alive to that reality. At one point, we had a conversation with my boss then, Tomwene. We had a donor. We were working on something that was quite sensitive. And traceability was an important issue to the state at the time. And this development partner invited us to the office and asked, how can we support you in this situation you're handling, which is very sensitive? And we told him that do away with all bureaucracy. We told him, you will not even be able to trace your money. Because when we write down people's names, it will be an indictment on them. Okay? And there seemed to be an appreciation of the context within which we are operating. The very interesting reality of this topic is the future of civil society in Uganda. It's a very interesting, elusive topic. First of all, it presumes there is a future. Okay? It presumes there is a future. Then it presumes there is a civil society in the way Dr. Kabumba prescribed it. Then it makes a presumption in Uganda It therefore alleges there is a future of civil society in a future Uganda. Okay? All of that conceptually can be up for debate, but I would like to make two very interesting issues at least. And one is normative in nature. Normative in the context of definition, but also what we are using. When you look at this state and where you come from in Zimbabwe, where you come from to come here, one of the dynamics of liberation movements that later on became state governments, which is what we have here in Uganda, they grappled with the question of demobilization and depoliticization. They knew that they had come to power on force of people's power. Okay? People had mobilized, people were politicized. South Africa is a very good example. Zimbabwe is a very good example, ZANU-PF. Even here, the NRA was a very good example. The political studies our parents went through, you know, village to village. Political conscientization, support us. Okay? Now the debate when they come to power was, how do you disenable the machinery that has brought us from being used by another person? In Zimbabwe, they did away with cooperatives. Here, you know the story. Okay? You know the story. So we have been dealing with changing frameworks of the demobilization of the contemporary citizen. What BK was telling us was initial demobilization by law. The undesirable native ordinance. Okay? We demobilize you the moment we adjudge you to be undesirable. We demobilize you by exile. Okay? Today, there are all these subtle ways of demobilization. The easiest one here would be me denying you a certificate of operation. I've demobilized you. Okay? Whatever you are going to do, whatever you are going to see, or whatever group was behind you, is put at a halt. Okay? But you see, this demobilization has come in the context of order. Establish order in the sector. We had that discussion yesterday. Okay? But in the process of establishing order in the sector, you are creating perimeters of operation where you can label someone who is not operating within those perimeters as actually undesirable or as doing illegalities. Remember when you sued the Bureau over the question of whether it was a coalition or not, you know, whether it had an identity, you know. During the struggle, I'm not talking about this current contemporary struggle of yours, during the real struggle in 1986, the historical question, the historical struggle, the question was masses. And the system then, the NRA, was anti all these laws that were anti, you know, mass mobilization. So I think we have to be very cautious at what is emerging as legally clothed demobilization agendas of the state. Okay. We have seen them even in university, you know, along free speech. My last issue is demobilization goes hand in hand with depoliticization. Again, going to normatives. The conversation we had yesterday was so much bent on us establishing the partnership role the civil society is doing. And when you notice very well and you go back to the records and the videos, it was gravitating towards their role in development, healthcare, education, numbers, okay? The normative we're being pushed to, and which we must accept, or we have to accept, is that your contribution is in development. What about the contribution in politics? How do we quantify it? Yes. Are there numbers? When I train, where I come from, when I train lawyers and they go and they attack, you know, non-structural laws that are, you know, discriminative, and they shoot them down, you know, to increase the frontiers of political participation, what's the indicator? What's the indicator? What do we put on the log frame?
What's the output?
Yeah, what's the output? Okay? But also, the state has a direct interest in the normative narrative of contribution being quantifiable social welfare agendas and not the unquantifiable extension of frontiers of freedoms, like BK was saying. Okay? And we must, whenever we get a chance as the state, we must make sure that we vulgarize the normative around civic liberties by, in conclusion, Malcolm, by introducing another new word of partisan. I tell my team I lead back, the lawyers, that we are actually partisan. Net bill is partisan. We are partisan to an ideology of freedom. We are partisan to the idea that you can't torture. We are partisan to the idea that someone is born free and he must exercise himself. Okay? You cannot box me into the corner that I cannot be partisan to the values I believe in. I am partisan, I mean, point blank. So the moment you are besides those ideas or those values that I hold dear to me that I'm partisan to, obviously you've chosen your relationship with me. The relationship you have chosen is contestation. Okay? But we have been led to believe into that narrative that you can never be partisan. Yes, we can debate political, you know, but partisanship is allegiance to ideals, to values, to ecosystems that work. Comrades, many of you are partisan, you know. But because the word has been vulgarized and politicized, to make sure that you are depoliticized, to make sure that you are demobilized, it must be clothed with all these lingers and taints of it being potentially oppositional. Okay? And for me, those two aspects are very critical for us to make an appreciation and an interrogation of the contemporary civil society. Lastly, BK said there is a verse in the Bible where they were releasing children, and they were the king was telling them, go far but not too far. Okay, that's Article 38. Go far, associate, but not too far. Okay? The state must always keep lingering into this question of how far can you go in actually actionizing Article 38. And one of the reasons, or one of the tools of making sure you don't go too far is the NGO Act, is the Anti-Terrorism Act, clothed again within those contexts of don't go so far. And so today, as I make my conclusion here, by the way, I didn't tell you that BK also, as they were introducing him, you don't know, but he also has an interest in witchcraft. I think we need to tell the people, yes. You're a scholar of witchcraft, yes. But not a practitioner. Yes. And this brings me to my last comment, really, on this. Sometimes I feel like we have witchcraft over us because there is this belief that which we are not yet, we haven't yet defined the role of civil society really for me, because we haven't defined this evolving state. Because you see, you can only define role when you've defined the state and how it's evolving and to where. Okay? We have had these conversations with you, Malcolm, and now you're pretending you're asking me questions, but we have had these conversations that as is civil society mutating to be even faster, probably, than the state, okay? Or it is playing catch-up. Are we seeing an evolution within the sector itself? Evolution in terms of new models of work? What made radical new band problematic, like BK was saying, because they came with a new model of work. They said, from our assessment, this is the tool we're going to be using. So the question that we also have to answer, and we thank the team for this opportunity to interrogate and do a self-introspection into ourselves, is that are we seeing civil society mutating, and if it is mutating how and to become what and in what state? Okay? Do you get me, Malcolm?
Yes.
Because I need you to get me, others are whatever. But
yes, I do. And that is what I think it deserves a clap as well. So when we are interrogating the evolution of civil society, how do we do it in an introspective manner? and see how we are adapting, but also define what we are adapting to. Because how do you define your adaptation if you don't understand what you're adapting to? True. In science, there's stimuli, and what is the other one? I don't know. Well, there are no scientists here.
We opted for better subjects. We don't know those things.
But yes, we are responding to stimuli, and how do we respond in a more coherent and decisive manner than simply, oh, there is light, so we shall respond in this way. And that, I think your contribution to the conversation takes us back to the idea that was shared yesterday about the principal-agent relationship between the state and the citizens. I don't recall who mentioned it, but someone talked about how in a political country like Uganda, and I think that's studying the state that we are in. In a political country like Uganda, how can you not be political? Because how can, and I can switch that to say, in a partisan country like Uganda, how can you not be partisan? Because where torture is happening, you have to take a stand, just like James is saying. But how do you still maintain your identity as civil society? But to do that, you must know your identity as civil society. Sherina, coming to you, who is the principal, who is the agent in the Uganda that we are in today?
Thank you very much, Malcolm. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Malcolm. It's really an honor to be part of this great panel, having discussions with Mr. Karamoji, Dr. Kabumba.
He's Andrew,
you know?
BK, Jemusi on the other side.
Yes,
feel free.
Yes. This is really a great honor. So for the question asked, the standard is in our article 1995. The objectives are very clear, that as the civil society, we are an organization and a retainer, and we should have power autonomy to us. We are separate entity from the political standard, yes? And this has been manipulated, this has been diluted. Just like all the other speakers have been saying, we are being made to have a dress code. We are being, as the youth, speaking from the youth, we are being manipulated by the politics. They are telling us, oh, you want to be part of this? You're going to get some money. They give us trips, you know, and they really shut down our voices. We are not standing up for the people. We are not standing up for Uganda, and yet civil society is the bridge between politics and the people. Where the government has failed to fulfill the needs of the citizens of our country, we come in and stand for the people. We come in and fight for the youth. We come in and fight for our environment, the roads that are not being made, the children that are not going to school, the girls that are getting into early marriages, you know, and all this pollution that is happening around our country. However, when we come and stand up as the youth, of course they're going to be like, oh, you're Gen Z, you're here to play, you don't know what you want, or I'll tell you what I want, I'll give you a trip, I'll give you some money, I'll give you this, and this is really making all the Ugandans keep quiet. This is making all the youth shut down. And we are here, we are telling them, because the demographics are very clear, that Uganda, of course, as a third world country, we as the youth carry the largest numbers. 75% of the Ugandans are youth, like most of them are 30 and below. But if we are great in number and we are fighting and they are pushing us down, how are we able to fight this? How are we able to overcome all these challenges? And of course, that calls for unity. And just as Dr. Kabumba was saying, we should be the bad, you know, but it's just a challenge that is overtaking our country. And of course, the young people are here, the politics are here to make them play victim, you know. They are here to make them dress up as what they want them to dress up. So for the challenges that we face is, number one, is the corruption. corruption in our country, just as Mr. Karamoji was being very clear about it, people being arrested, you know. You've seen the youth come out, for example, our candidate to be president, Mr. I don't know, Bobby Wine Chagulanyi, and these guys are arrested. They are fighting, they're saying we are tired, we want a change, we want growth. And of course, as civil society, we are not political. No, we don't identify with that. But we are here, we are also standing with them. We are standing, we are telling you, we need this to be done, we need this to be worked upon. But they are shutting you down, and really, what is the way forward? What is the way forward? And the way forward is, there's digital marketing. AI has grown, you know. We are here to fight for our rights. We stand on platforms to talk, and they are putting restrictions with the laws that they're telling us, no, this is violating, you're violating, you know. And then the Constitution is telling us, oh, you have a right of speech, you have a right of freedom, you have a right to do this. And then the acts are telling us, no, you can't do that.
Yeah, you can go, but not
you
go
go,
far,
but don't
but
go,
not
you
too
know?
far.
And what is holding? What is this?
Yeah.
It's like a chain. You're being held back. And we as the youth, we're full of energy. We are here to fight. But because of the poverty in the country, you know, we are seeing our fellow youth that you see have the zeal, they have the energy. They are here to fight, and they grow frail. They grow frail because of the corruption. They are not paid. They are being paid. They give you a trip. They're like, oh, you know what? We're going to take you to Zanzibar and maybe give you some money. And you're like, oh, okay, that can fit, you know. Maybe somehow. And you forget.
You've talked a lot about the trips, eh?
Yeah. We like to travel.
Yeah.
We like to have fun. And you know, we are youth.
I'm still youthful.
Yes, you're
still. Can they give me a trip?
We are still youthful, and really this shuts down the youth. The laws that they are putting in place, the corruption that I'm talking about, and those are some of the challenges. So how we can be able to fight is us as the youth come together collectively, because we are big in number, just as the demographers have stated. We are big in number, most of them below 30 and below.
But do the youth see themselves as the principals? Or do they see themselves as agents of the state? The state gets to do what it wants to do, and the youth are walking the journey with them.
We are the principal. We are not agents. Just like the Constitution has stated, the objective is the civil organization shall retain their autonomy in pursuit of their declared objectives. If we are standing and we are declaring our objectives, we want climate growth, we want the roads being done, we want the girls going to school, how are we then agents? We are separate entities.
Yeah.
You know, just as Ms. Jemima was saying, you know, siblings that you cannot share the same bed. Yes, we are happy, we are working together, but we are parallel, you know. We are fighting the same goal, but we can't be joined together. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sherina. And you have netted the quoting of the Constitution for everyone. Everyone on this panel has quoted the 1995 Constitution. Yeah. A few moments ago, BK mentioned that the parliament that was provided for in that Constitution was a bribe. It has been suggested. Dare I suggest that the 1995 Constitution itself, the entire Constitution, was a bribe? Because we keep referring to this thing that should ideally be providing, and it's like we are grateful there is this Constitution that is there, which Constitution is the very source of the challenges that we are facing, and yet it's the very item, it's the very reason we are not doing what we would want to do. So if you want to do things differently, you're held back by the Constitution, but you're also using the Constitution as a stepping stone to do what you do what you'd like to do. I'll just put a question to us all, and moving into the closing moments of this conversation. I think we've done a lot of conceptualizing on the challenges, on how tough a situation it is. Karamaji, you said you had some solutions. We would love to hear those. But as a broader civil society, and you're talking civil society organizations, NGOs, trade unions, different professional bodies, academia, what is the reimagined role of that broader civil society in the development of the country? And again, development across health, education, infrastructure, economics, politics, governance, across the board.
Sure, thank you. In no particular order, but I will write this up again. This was a draft response, and circulate the same. I want to begin by making a case for, hey, this one is dangerous. The case for popular political education as opposed to civic education. My contention is that civic education is dead, because when you tell someone how to vote and how not to spoil a ballot paper, if they don't appreciate the political economy within which this fraud is happening, I think the job is not a complete one. So I'd like to suggest, these words are deliberate: popular political conscientization as opposed to civic education. Second is to rid ourselves of the urge and insecurity that makes us crave validation by a military regime that openly hates us. Why do we have this thing that, something must open with and then close with? Opening remarks and closing remarks issued by so and so.
You see, these are the bad actors who are clapping.
Why don't we have the head of the Boda Association, or the Taxi Operators and Drivers Association, to give opening remarks? That's the real civil society. Those guys are struggling against repressive, they're struggling against police brutality or a cultural leader.
They have not received popular political conscientization.
We should say, why wouldn't the Kabaka come and tell us about how Buganda has built Nkoba Zambogo, maintain them and give close, people like those, as opposed to this. And alongside that education, to begin to appreciate that the kind of funding we receive is not charity. Our brothers and sisters from other countries are implementing a component of foreign policy. So it's not charity, it's foreign policy, and should be looked at as such. Still regarding funding, I would like to challenge us. Please, can we have as an outcome of this convention that civil society organizations in Uganda have established an endowment fund to which contributions are made out of our pockets. We create a fund. That fund can buy negotiable instruments, shares, invest in land, and so on, and that this is the fund that begins the path to financial freedom for civil society in Uganda. Two examples. The German ambassador, His Excellency Shaw, yesterday talked about the Alpine, a certain group that does mountain climbing and so on.
The German Alpine Club.
Yeah. Second example, and then I'll make the point. Ignatius Kangave Musazi, the work that he did for independence in Uganda. Those people did not write or submit proposals anywhere. They simply did this work and funded it out of their own pockets. I would like us to, as an outcome here, begin or build on existing efforts around a civil society endowment fund whose money arises from contributions by Ugandans. Why is it that we contribute to wedding meetings and give huge offertory in these churches but cannot contribute to our own civil society? That's a question we need to answer. Let's also to propose that we meet the population where it is and stop extracting people from their natural habitats and impose our NGOism on them. So this is a marvel. This building is an architectural marvel. But I don't know that many Ugandans will pay attention to the discussion while being dazzled by the lighting, the powerful screens, the sound systems. Let's have these conversations where the people are. Then, we would like to propose that we rethink our hiring practices, which for me is an irony, because I don't think that civil society organizations should have people called staff. That's a conversation for another day. But for now, let's deal with the immediate challenge of our hiring practices. The future of human rights does not lie, or civil society in Uganda, does not lie with careerists or employees or staff. I think it lies with people who are looking for more than just a salary and are committed to these issues and will do more to achieve these. I'm saving this for last, but maybe the hotel might throw me out. I think our money should circulate amongst us. I know a couple of people here who have large compounds, simple but convenient facilities.
No names.
No names. At which we can host a civil society convention. Think about how much we've paid per day here. We're comfortable, but we can also be comfortable in those natural environments where we're from and use that money to do other things. We need to pay attention to emerging technologies and their implications. And here, to point to something that has not been talked about much in this discussion, but I think it has a bearing on the future of civil society, which is the age of surveillance capitalism. Let's organize a whole different discussion to discuss surveillance capitalism and what it means for civil society. The second last point is a quote from Martin Luther King, who says, "Those who love peace must learn to organize as effectively as those who love war." We must begin to operate in more sophisticated ways if we are to guarantee our future. There are certain things that we do which the details will be in the paper.
We should start surveilling as well.
Yeah. When I circulate them, and I was whispering to James. I'm tempted to use the other pronunciation, but let me not. Telling him about the Anti-Money Laundering Act. We jumped onto this law when it was proposed because who would be against anti-money laundering? But as it turns out now, that law has been weaponized against us. Two background points to that law. It was heavily supported, or at least encouraged, by the Department of Homeland Security of the US government because their interest was the global war on terror. Uganda has that law now. Has money laundering stopped in Uganda? If this was a private conversation, we could mention names about who is engaged in money laundering. Sex trafficking and all other forms of organized crime. You've seen the BBC documentary. That law instead has been weaponized against NGOs, or civil society broadly. I would also like to suggest that we develop a compulsory, this might sound a bit authoritarian, but suggest a compulsory induction course that orients all of us into a certain frame, a basic understanding of concepts like civil society, the state, capital, industry, those distinctions, so that we have a common, some basis of a starting point, so that people who work in these entities are not just employees, but are grounded in what it is they're working on.
We get out of our bubble
Yes.
Assuming we understand what civil society is and it operates independent of everything else around us.
Yes, and now in the interest of time, my teacher, Dr. Kabumba, and his wonderful colleague, Professor Joe Loka Onyango, and Jamusi here, used to give us something called a reading list for our further reading. And since a panel discussion like this might not be long enough to exhaust these discussions, I'd like to just outline a few titles for us to read after here. And maybe, hopefully, this will be the beginning of the formation of a reading club within civil society in Uganda, where we exchange books, articles, notes, so that we are clearer on what it is we're about. Number one, Foreign Policy is a magazine. It has an article titled The End of the NGO. It's a recent edition. Please read it. 2, Issa Shivji, 5 NGO Silences, the Role and Future of NGOs in Africa. 3, also by Issa Shivji, Do Constitutions Matter? The Dilemmas of a Radical Lawyer. 4, NGOs in Tanzania. And this I think is the most important. So as you read, just remove the word Tanzania, put Uganda, it will make perfect sense. NGOs in Tanzania, what we are, what we aren't, and what we ought to be. Lastly, Mary Serumaga, The Case for the Repudiation of Uganda's Public Debt. Thank you so much. Those are my proposed solutions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrew. And as Chris is on his feet, meaning we are at about time, I'll just ask if there's any parting shot from the rest of our guests who can. Yes, I wanted to end with you, BK. So I'll start with Jemima.
Okay. Thank you very much. For me, while we are looking at the future of civil society and what needs to happen, I thank Sharina for what she said. When we look in this room, ladies and gentlemen, those that are below 30, and I request the rest of us, please just look around. If you're below 30, please do us the honor and put up your hand so that we know how many below 30 are in this room. We are quite very few because we have the interest and we have the love for Uganda as a country and taking the agenda forward. And when you look at the rest of everyone, maybe been in this business for quite very long, it is my humble plea that when you identify a young person that has the capacity and the love to express themselves on matters that will develop our beloved Uganda, please take them up. I would like to thank Dr. James Nkubi. I remember the first time I told him I want him to mentor me, I used the following words. I told him, Dr. James, can you please mentor me so that when you're not around, you will know that there is a Jemima that can say the same exact things that you could have said because you have nurtured and put and informed a certain value system within this person, and you trust that they will continue and further a legacy that you've started. That's how legacies do start. Also, for civil society, I would like to say that it is about time we get to using the data that we have. What data governance systems do we have as civil society? Because I would like to say that we have a lot of data as civil society. We have a lot of research that we have carried out. But when you go to the different websites, because I would like to imagine or think every organization that's here has a website. When we go to your websites, can we see the reports? Because reading out of these reports will continue to inform the problems that Uganda continues to face, that other civil societies will also engage with you and also in a cause that you have started. But then the reports are printed, they look very beautiful. I love NGO Forum reports. Yeah. I always look forward to reading them. They are beautiful.
So if we can't solve it, at least let's write about it.
Yes, the thing is, let's have them out there for people to read about what is going on so that they can further the solutions to the problems. But if we only have them in soft copy, and if someone has to access them, they have to come to your office, then they won't know that they exist. They won't even know that, they won't have the time to come. But if they are on the website, they are easily accessible. And lastly, as civil society, let us be audacious, very audacious. The audacity that carried you to civil society, please do not forget it. Because the time that you were in civil society, you came to solve a problem, and the problem is still there. So let's not forget.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jemima. Thank you very much. I did see when during the mentee session, the word audacity came up as one of the values that would carry civil society work forward. James, do you have a parting shot?
No. Just to appeal to our colleagues who are here writing reports for intelligence, what they've written, Karamaji, just put at the back that these people are good Ugandans, whatever they are discussing is for the good of the country, because you're here.
Okay.
Even those who are listening to us. We're not saying whatever you're saying in bad faith. I'm not pleading, I'm not scared. I'm just saying that we're just contributing.
James is an expert on militarism. So if he tells you that he has seen people, then he has seen them. But I hope that from this conversation, we can safely assume that there's a future of civil society in Uganda. Sherina?
Yes.
Parting shot?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
My parting shots is that the youth in the civil society organizations have been compromised. We are not being given the platform, and the government or the political organizations are coming in, giving us the rosy features that we want to see, and we are selling out our ideas. We are selling out the future that we stand for. And this is not who we want to be. This is not what we stand for. We have a voice, but we are being compromised. So we urge that the civil society creates spaces for the youth, both at local and national level, and support the youth through mentorship programs, create youth councils for them, create student unions, and of course invest and empower them. And then we also urge that the civil society creates training and leadership programs on, of course, digital literacy, because that is the future, and we are the future. And of course, conclusively, the civil society should empower, activate the youth into shaping the future. Thank you.
So get more youth involved, but meaningful involvement and engagement with young people.
Yes, thank you.
BK, you'll give your parting shots as a final word.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to be quite brief. Just maybe to respond to a concern that came up about funding. I acknowledge the point being made, but I also think that those who support civil society in Uganda financially have their own priorities. And I don't think we can begrudge them those. Someone their interest might be fish and crocodiles. That's fine. So the question then becomes, what's your own strategy? What's your own plan? And do the plans, is there some kind of coincidence of interests? So there's a lady called Desire Uthman. She just finished her LLB thesis at Makerere University around lawyering in a time in an autocracy. And one of the solutions she proposes is what she calls creative compliance. And I think that's an idea that one can apply to this situation. Our interest as URIPEC may not necessarily be fish, crocodiles, and snails. But if that's where the money is for 2025, 2026, we shall by all means put in the proposal and dedicate some human hours to fish, crocodiles, snails, and millipedes, on the understanding that the administrative fees thereby saved can then be used to think about, research around democracy, good governance, human rights, etc. So I think there's scope for being very clear as an organization or as an individual about what it is you want to do, but also, and I agree with Andrew here and colleagues on the panel, to move beyond the week, the month, but plan for the 5, 10, 15, 20 years. I think as younger persons, if I may, we have the advantage of time. So that's something you can use to advantage in terms of long-term planning, and then within that long-term plan, takes short-term strategic decisions that are not inconsistent with the broader vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, BK. A round of applause for our panel. We've been called upon to be bad civil society, to be bold civil society, and also to ask ourselves, what is your bribe? Thank you very much.
It's for the report.
You guys have to take a picture so that in case they are looking for people to arrest. And I've also been duly advised that Karamaji is none of our friends. He's also not our brother, just in case you're looking for accomplices. He's alone. But I have the distinct bad job of stopping a very, very good conversation. And I think I've done that job very badly. These conversations have to continue. They are as important as the others that we are having that make us look good. I would like to invite you to give these extremely brilliant people a very, very big round of applause. It was deliberate of us to make sure that they speak, we listen, and that we think and internalize what they have said. So that was the objective. And in fact, some of them, Karamaji and BK, gave us homework. Please go and read. I think these guys thought we were their students. Read this book, read this book, read this. But please, please read. I think that there's a lot to be said about the future of civil society, where we are, where we want to be. And this convention is a place we set aside for such ideas, challenging ourselves to reimagine what needs to be done moving forward. I also have to mention that the conversations are not stopping here. Our intention is to continue having these conversations. In fact, I think, as just reflecting with the ED of the NGO Forum, in fact, the good NGO, that the retreat for civil society we have in December should center on the future of civil society in Uganda. And the board chair agreed. So I think we have already gotten the topic or the theme for our annual leaders retreat. And then I think this is the final one on this panel. We have been advised that we change the theme to the law, the money, military, and politics. And we are going to take that advice for the CSO Convention 2026, if we are still here. If we are still here. Thank you so much, and finally give them another big round of applause. I would like to recognize Dr. Boka Didi George, who is a member of parliament for Obonji constituency. Please stand up so we can welcome you. We have talked about parliament. I think Yusuf Selunkuma, is it? Said that parliament was a bribe. Others said, you know, bribes going on in parliament. So it's good to have you during this conversation. I also need to recognize the development partners that are in the room. I think there's been quite a number of invitations towards our development partners. The EU is here, the Dutch are here, the Danish are also here, and I've also been advised that we have Miss Angela Sassi, I think, who is from the British High Commission. If you can stand up, we also recognize you. Angela, oh, perfect, thank you. So please clap for her for joining us. At least these are the ones that are traditionally supporting civil society in Uganda, and we have clear calls for you to make adjustments in how you do it. So, oh, Sweden is also, okay, all the people that have money are here. Let's clap for them. Thank you. And I do hope that after this convention, we shall make some adjustments in how we, Uganda is also here. Who is representing Uganda? Haji. Uganda is also here. So, I mean, consistent with this whole idea of starting our next sessions with some questions for reflection, I'd like to invite the team to put up the Mentimeter. And I know you don't like me for this, but I don't know. I'm not here to look for votes. So please, let's pull out our phones, scan the QR code, and if you do not have a scanner, please type in menti.com in your in your search engine, and put in the code 8465-4035. And answer the question, which financing model should Uganda CSOs prioritize? There are 5 options there. I think Modern Kalema and Leonard are taking note of these things because they are going to be our experts in the next session discussing CSO sustainability. Okay, 20, we have 30 more to go. Average response rate has been 60, so if we can get 60 respondents, we can move on. We are at 39. Is it because we don't have youth in the room? We've been challenged. But if you look at the program in the afternoon, we have a panel of youth under 25. Youth under 25. And in the room, we also have representatives from the EU Youth Sounding Board. So if you're here, please wave to us so we can clap for you. The Youth Sounding Board, perfect, perfect. Thank you so much for joining us. Next question. How confident are you that Ugandan CSOs can reduce donor dependency in the next decade? I'm sure our donors won't be happy with this, but let's see. How confident are you that Ugandan CSOs can reduce donor dependency in the next decade? As you provide your responses, know that the next keynote address is precisely about how we can reduce donor dependence with practical, very, very practical recommendations on what has worked, what can be done, and what is working right now. Perfect response rate, you've done well this time. Finally, what innovative financing idea has your organization tried or wants to try? Please, this is an open-ended question, so please type as many as possible. What innovative financing idea has your organization tried or wants to try? Modern, as you can see, social enterprises comes first. Investments. Karamaji also told us to establish a CSO endowment. And those who are old enough will tell you that that's something that has been attempted here before. And Leonard, I hope you can talk about that as well. Yeah. What innovative financing idea has your organization tried or wants to try? 40 respondents, we need 60 to be able to close. Allow me now invite Sharon Tukunda, the CEO of Advance Africa, to introduce our keynote speaker. Please clap for her as she comes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to the National CSO Convention 2025, the future of civil society Uganda, the law, the money, the military, the politics. We are honored to have a great leader in the field of sustainability joining us. They are here to speak to us on rethinking sustainability, ensuring the longevity and independence of Uganda's civil society. Our speaker is the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Leonard Okello, of the Uhuru Institute. I'm happy to talk about Mr. Leonard Okello. Like I've mentioned, he's the Chief Executive Officer of the Uhuru Institute. He is a political scientist with extensive local and international service in development work, advocacy and campaigns for health, democracy, and accountability. While at Uganda's Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and at Oxfam International, Leonard led the Uganda Participatory Poverty Assessment process, through which the Poverty Eradication Action Plan, the Poverty Action Fund, the Plan for Modernizing Agriculture, the National Agriculture Advisory Services, and the Northern Uganda Social Action Fund were designed. Leonard later joined Action Aid International as the international head for HIV/AIDS programs, where he actively led the universal access to treatment campaigns. Leonard returned to Uganda, where he briefly served as the country director at the International HIV/AIDS Alliance. He has since set up the Uhuru Institute for Social Development, a social business using business acumen to promote citizens' collective action for social and economic empowerment, defense of human rights, and nurturing democratic practice. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Mr. Leonard Okello.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for finding time to be with us this morning. Let me start by saying that I'm hoping that today's keynote speech I'm going to make will be followed up with action. That we are going to set in motion something we can do that can really turn the many good things we have talked since yesterday here into real, practical, measurable action. Because one of the things I know us for, as civil society, is that we talk quite a lot. And sometimes because we talk quite a lot, we act very little. And that's very dangerous. I've been asked to talk about, and I'm sorry I'm not going to do protocol. All of you are great people, so there's no bigger or smaller person here. You're all welcome, all protocols observed. I've been asked to talk about rethinking sustainability, ensuring longevity and independence of civil society in Uganda. I'll start by asking you to think about this. Do we have civil society in this room, or do we have NGOs in this room? Or both? Because I tend to think this room is full of non-governmental organizations and very little civil society. And probably that explains why we are struggling what we are struggling with. Sustainability means you are people-centered, you are planet-caring, you are prosperity-driven. Everybody, everything you do is about creating prosperity among the people, and to yourself too. You are working in partnerships that delivers peace. That's, for me, what sustainability is all about. And why I think this is important is because if we look back at certain documents we have raised, which I'll talk about later, we have actually addressed these issues. But typical of what we are, when that program ends, we pack those things and start looking for new proposals. And we don't go back to them. I will confess to you this morning that that document has been the guiding tool for the last over 11 years that I've run the Uhuru Institute. I go back to it every month to check. We wrote it together. It was called the Citizens Manifesto. It is what I use every day to guide all the business we are doing at the Uhuru Institute. And it has helped us a lot. I would like to ask, raise your hands, when was the last time you looked at the Citizens Manifesto? That's the reality. That's our biggest challenge. We do not keep continuity, and we must think about it seriously. The second thing I wanted to talk about is longevity. In human terms, longevity means living longer and healthier life. You can live longer and still be healthy. That's good longevity. To not just about being long, living long, but also living healthy life. In organizational terms, it's about sustained success, always delivering new success, adaptability, resilience. It means strategic renewal, always renewing new ideas so that you keep growing and moving forward. And customer focus, because your customers, in our case, are the community we work with all the time, are the ones who guide what their needs, what should guide what we are doing every day. And for me, that's very important, because without that, we are not able to innovate. We are not only doing, we should also be very, very ethical, but also very innovative, bringing new innovations all the time. If we cannot do that, we are going to struggle with sustainability. We're going to struggle with who we are as civil society. Longevity in civil society will mean you are moving beyond the culture of short-term projects. They are as short as sometimes they're 3-month projects. And I've run one when I was in International AIDS Alliance in Kampala here, when I just come back from my international tour of duty. I ran a 3-month advocacy project on maternal health. Surely, at the time the project ended, the women were still pregnant. The one we started the project when they just got pregnant, the project ended when they were still pregnant. So the project did not even solve accompany them for 9 months. That's how short-term that some of them can be. They're usually to close out some money which has remained. Then the donor says you can do something about it. We must go beyond that. We must do long-term thinking. Because development doesn't take 3 months, 3 years, or 5 years. Development doesn't take 3-5 years. Development takes many, many years to build and be successful. You go and talk to these businessmen in town or businesswomen in town, how far it took for them to break even and start growing. It's not easy. And life cannot be just like that. I also like to think that civil society, sometimes when we talk about civil society, especially when we talk about in the space of NGOs here, we look at civil society and we say, when did we start again? We start talking about somewhere in the 1980s, 1990s, and civil society started doing after the Luweero War. My friend, for me, the first civil society include the Lamogi Rebellion in northern Uganda, Kabalega's anti-colonial wars. That's for me what civil society really is. The Uganda Matters, they rebelled in the King's Palace. They questioned the King's authority, the Kabaka's authority, and they were sentenced to death by one of their parents. The person who moved the motion in the Lukiko was a father to one of the children who was later burnt in Namugongo. That was how serious it was. But they questioned the authority of those who were in power, and it got them thinking a lot what can be done about these people. We also had, as we get closer to independence, 1913, the China Kolia Growers Cooperative Society in Gombolola Sabawachi of Singo County. That was the first cooperative in this country. And you know why they set it up? It was to protest the government, the colonial government policy, which did not allow any African farmer to take cash crops like cotton, coffee, like to the market. You had to sell it to an Indian or to a white business person who then reaches the market. And it was even as bad as, for the Asians, it was even worse. And if there's an Asian in the room, please bear with me, I must tell this truth. You had to clean their toilet before they weigh your cotton. And the toilet was not a flush toilet of these clean ones of today. It was a bucket toilet. So you take the poo-poo, you go and bury it somewhere, then you can clean the bucket properly, put it back in weight, then that's when they weigh your crops. Because you needed the money to buy some, to get something you could do it. Until the farmers started rebelling against it. And that set our foundation for our independence struggle. Then the labor movement started growing. And in the 60s, those lawyers who sat here, keep remembering, the law society, the Uganda, not the Uganda Law Society, the law school, the Law Development Center, was the African Labor College, founded by the labor movement of East Africa, led by Tom Boyer. And it was closed and turned into the Law Development Center because the powers that be at that time in the 60s were not comfortable while the labor movement was growing and giving them headache. Remember, the then Prime Minister had grown up in a labor movement in Kenya before he came back to Uganda. That's what it is. That's the reality of what civil society is. These borders, we say border economy, sometimes someone talk very arrogantly about border economy. These guys are in trillions. They're worth about $1 trillion Uganda shillings now. And they're beginning to, they came to meet me to organize trainings for them. They are growing. And they could become a big civil society, more than we do. But all these groups I've told you about, none of them are donor money. None of them are in corporate social responsibility. Private companies giving it nothing, it was not there. But they organize, they're even the ones, so the China Korea Growers Cooperative were among those who got the Kabaka to open cooperatives in every sub-county in Uganda, and they were very much behind the support that got the Bataka rebellion to question the authority of the Kabaka and the authority of the colonial power. That is what it is. That's what civil society, real civil society is. The truth about aid is that foreign aid or international aid, want to put it, they are priority, and we must accept this. Priority number one is the interest of the country that is sending the money here. They also have interests as countries. They do, and they must do it. And a good government must do things that service the interests of their citizens. So when they give you money, they also have their interests. I heard in the room, Sweden is here. I once traveled to Sweden and I attended a European textile merchants conference in Umeå, north of Sweden. And at break time, I asked a question during the meeting, and the president of the European textile merchants told me that we could talk at break time. So he told me, Leonard, you asked a very interesting question, but let me tell you, the truth is we are the ones who we have given this politician direction because we finance them. And they must provide aid there where we want, because we are the ones going to, we have trade interests. We have interest there. So that's what the truth is. So if you find that CEDA's regional office in Africa, in Nsambya, it's because the big companies back home there have interest, mining interest in Central Africa. So they have to be in Zambia near that mining interest. That's a fact. So we must understand that they do not have geopolitical interests, they have constituency interests back home, and they have trade interests. That's what shapes the agenda they come when they call for proposals. Some of them are even just about experiments, maybe to learn on you as guinea pigs. So the reality is, there is no free lunch. There is no free lunch. We must accept that. There is no free lunch on earth, not even at home here in Africa. So when we start talking about worrying about how the donor money, we must accept that we are in it because we do not have our own money, and not because we are poor, but because we have not deliberately thought about it, how we can deal with it. Some of the private foundations have interests. Some of them are geographic, but some of them are tax rebates. The more some money you give out, you apply for tax rebate, you get it. Even in this country, by the way, our tax laws provide for that. If you can prove, and with good accountability, you can prove for it. You can prove it, you'll get some tax rebate for it. So these are the things that drive. So what does it mean? The second group that is of the interest of the person giving the money is that community, that the beneficiary, those who actually they give, maybe build a school for. That's the second interest they can think about. If we give them the school, will they become good friends of ours today or tomorrow? And the final one, the last interest group, priority interest, is you, the agent. That is how anybody who gives money out works. And we must understand that. It is the interest of the person who giving the money must have interest. And they must protect their interest using that money. Number two, the person who is going to benefit, because that's the final target of that money. Number three is you, the agent, the NGO. You are just the third, and you are peripheral in the interest. Because you are just a means to reach where the real interest is. That's a fact of life, and you can say now they are not being fair. No, they have to survive too. And therefore, they have to protect their interests. So what are you doing about your own interests of civil society, or as Ugandans, or as Africans? That's a reality we must accept. But the truth is, we are not poor. In this country, I said it sometime back about a few months ago when I was talking about a similar topic here, that we spent, in the first 8 years of independence, we built 22 hospitals, we built secondary schools. If you go to those old schools in Nabisun and Namagunga, they all have the same architectural design up to today. We built those schools without donor money. As a country, without. We zoned this country. When I hear now people talk about zoning, we had a research led by the late Kiruna Kiveji. He was a youth leader then. He led research around the country, had zoned the country in agricultural zones, how we can develop them over time as a country. We did that all without a lot of external money. We can still do it. And I'm not saying you don't completely, but you can still do it so that external money is an addition to what you're already building or mobilizing together. We can do this. For us in the NGO sector, we must also understand that if we do not look at these things carefully, we are in big trouble. So I make a few suggestions what I think can be done. Because I think the problem we are facing is that we are not being deliberate. I think when we finish here, we must set a task force, and I'm not saying we should elect. We should think through as leaders and select these 4 or 5 people whose job is to reflect on what we are and how we redefine ourselves. We cannot keep talking. We must have a team that does that and reports back to us, so that when we go for the leaders' meeting in December, these people must have a recommendation. This is how the strategy we're going to adopt as civil society on what we do, step by step, what we should do. I would like to request that we make that a decision we take here before we leave this conference. We cannot every year come talk, have Leonard have a big speech, everybody talk about good things, and then we go back, we don't take any action. So I think a team must be put in place. And that team, I said earlier, that team should revisit the Citizens Manifesto, which NGO Forum you led on. I was one of the people who worked on the Citizens Manifesto. I'll give you just one thing about it. It said we were working for a peaceful and prosperous nation with happy people. That was the mission. That was the dream we wanted for Uganda. A peaceful and prosperous nation with happy people. Now ask yourself, do you constitute those who are peaceful, prosperous, and happy now as NGO leaders, managers, and leaders? If you are not, the recommendations inside the Citizen Manifesto gave details on what we can do as a country. Except the language focused more on what governments should do and what we should question them when they don't do it. I would like to recommend that this task force I'm talking about reviews that Citizen Manifesto with the understanding of what are we going to do, what does it mean for us as civil society organizations, and what can we do differently. I think it will help us a lot if we do that. Because I use that, I said earlier, I use that every month in my office. I go back to the document, this is what we agreed, what we're going to do with cooperatives, because I work with cooperatives most of the time. And that has helped me a lot to keep me not losing track of what we, even when you go to my website now, you'll find our mission, our dream, our vision is an enterprising, prosperous, peaceful, and happy society in Uganda. That's what our vision is. And our mission, again driven by what is in the Citizen Manifesto, is inspiring citizens to generate wealth together. We wake up to that every day. I didn't get it from anywhere. I got it from the work we did already, and I've continued with it, and it is helping us build many things we are doing at the Uhuru Institute. And we had agreed that we were going to do exactly that. But I can bet to you today, very few of us ever did it. We put it aside and moved on to do more new project proposals. Why would it have been important? If we all did that, it would have been easier to sit and negotiate with these donors that this is the agenda we think is going to be good for our country, and this is what we would like to see, the area we think you can support. And I think it would have been easier to negotiate. But we left what we had actually generated ourselves. Now, the truth is facing us. We should also consider negotiating for patient equity capital. It is also very possible to get it either among the citizens, or broadly around. We can get patient capital, especially if we are organized and we show that we are going to generate some income, revenue out of it, and work as social businesses. We must mobilize our NGO members and staff to rejoin Nafasi Multipurpose Cooperative. We set it for ourselves in 2014. We still have more than, I think we have now 150 or something members. We never joined, okay? In fact, I remember one colleague telling me, Leonard, you are radical. You are always proposing radical things. I told them, we now have donor money. This was my arithmetic. Before we registered Nafasi Multipurpose Cooperative, I went to the NGO board. I met the permanent secretary, I met Okello, Mr. Okello, I met Muzika Ngweje, who was the chair. We had lunch, and he told me that in their estimation, they don't have exact figures. We have about 500,000 civil society people, Ugandans in the civil society sector. So I said, if we have 500,000 and we are saving 100,000 each, if all of us working and relating with the civil society were saving just 100,000 shillings each, and we were 500,000, if all of us had joined the way we had thought we were going to do, we would have been saving 50 billion Ugandan shillings every month. If we did that for 1 year, we would be saving 600 billion shillings a year. If we did that for 10 years, we would have saved 6 trillion Ugandan shillings. 500,000 Ugandans would have done it. When I introduced this idea, I told the people I talked to in that meeting that I strongly believe donor money is going to go down. And I gave my reasons. It's not because they hate us, it's just they're having so much pressure back home. The population is putting the politicians under pressure. Donor money is going to go down to new priorities. And that's exactly what has happened. But like I told you earlier, one of us had lunch with me and told me, Leonard, you are radical. You always come with ideas which are crazy. I said, these ideas are for us. It's not crazy. It's going to work for us. Because if we had 6 trillion in our bank account, as Nafasi Multipurpose Cooperative, with all of us, tell me we will not be able to invest this money to give us jobs. We will be able to do it. These big companies you see, Toyota, all these big companies you see about, they are people who started by buying small shares, and the members going to millions of people. That's when they have capital to raise big business and do what they want to do. That's a fact. That's the reality of life. That's what happens. So we must recognize this. And I'll tell you why I chose cooperatives. Because the cooperative is something which is called the cooperative identity. In the cooperative identity, it has values, what they call the traditional core values, ethical values, and principles. The core values include self-help, self-responsibility, democracy, equality, equity, and solidarity. In cooperatives, even if I have 1,000 shares and for you have 1 share, we all have 1 vote. That would mean we can work together the way we do things and believe in civil society. Even if somebody else has more shares and at the end gets a bit more income when we get dividends, we would still do that and still have the same voice of the poorest member of staff or member of the cooperative of Nafasi or of the NGO sector, still having a voice in the meetings. That's how it works. You may not believe it. There is a cooperative which is about, I think about 10, 15 years now, all in this country, which, since they started their coffee cooperative, they are now exporting 880 containers of coffee to Europe every year for the last 5 years. They are farmers. They don't have donor money. They can question when they go to a district meeting, when they go to the Minister of Trade, everybody meets them because they are worth talking to. So with these values, you find that it is possible for all levels. It's more inclusive because of the values. The second values, which is ethical values, is honesty, openness, social responsibility, and caring for others. We are always working to care for others as NGOs. This is already a value in cooperatives. The other one is the principles. There are 7. Principle number 1 is open and voluntary membership. If we chose to get into it and we formed this and grew it up, nobody would force you to go into it. It must be voluntary. The reason I say so, one of us, when we started Nafasi, one of the CEOs of one of the organizations went and ordered the staff to join Nafasi. He picked money from his pocket and paid joining fees for all his staff, and the first 1 share each. Since then, none of those staff members has ever added any cent, because they were not ready for it. They are not been explained to them. He just had a meeting and ordered them, they must join Nafasi. We are all going to join. And he paid for them to join. So he breathed self-help and self-responsibility. And they never ever came back. And they've never been active in any way. The other one is democratic member control. Everybody having one vote and must be part of an general meeting. The other one is member economic participation, which is buying the shares, saving and trading, patronizing business of the cooperative. Cooperating among cooperatives, autonomy and independence. We are always doing training and information education with members all the time, so we are always up to speed. The way we go to the church every Sunday and we are taught the same verse which was written many years, 1,000 years ago, is the same thing we do in the cooperative movement. And why have I said, well, I might keep on promoting Nafasi? Because it is yours. We found it together as NGO leaders, then we got lazy about it. In fact, one of you even went around spreading a rumor. Then the second general meeting took place in 2015. And in that general meeting, it was agreed that we must increase we must put 2,000 shillings, each of us, 2,000 shillings from our reserve, from our savings, every month, so that there's money for doing administrative work in the cooperative. Then one of us went around spreading a rumor that Leonard Okello has now charged 2,000 so that he can make some money with his wife. Because both Leonard and his wife are members of Nafasi. Get the point? And he made a big room around, and many of you listened to it and did not join because you thought we were going to, or Leonard was trying to cheat you. Well, the time has come for us to remember that we did not do the right thing at that time. We must do it now, and we can do it. We talk about social businesses. Cooperatives are social businesses. The first and the most effective social business I know is a cooperative. And I think we can do it together and do very well. But we can run social businesses. Many I saw up here, the social business among the many sources we think of getting financing, or which we can be able to do as a society to build our independence. Let me tell you, for that to work, we must change certain things. We need a real mindset shift. I'll tell you this. I'm in business, I'm in business, in the social business, but business can be challenging. You can crash completely and start afresh. You must be ready to start afresh. That's the reality with business. And in our context, it's also very complex, because the taxes can even be used to stress you. So you can sometimes receive tax bills, which if you don't go back to the revenue authority and check, you find that the tax bill was not real. You must always check. The best is not to fear revenue authority, always to go and engage them and understand these things. It means we must change our mindset from writing project proposals into writing business plans, from writing concept notes into writing a one-pager, a one A4 size pager business model canvas, which sets what kind of business model are you talking about, and therefore you understand how is it helping your community, the one you're working with. If you're doing advocacy for the Food Rights Alliance, for instance, if you are connected with those people, they will support your advocacy. They will do it easily because they know you are linking them to the market and you're talking about their market. We have to get away from the dependency mindset all the time looking for who is going to give us. When actually we have some money in our pockets, we must use our own monies to save in and to grow our shares and grow the capital of our businesses. It means we have to think long term and stop short-termism in our life. It means we must begin to be more diligent with money. When money comes, we must count it carefully. because it is money. The people who give us this money that bring us here, they count it carefully. And the fact that they count it carefully, why they can help us with money to sit here. So we must learn to count money carefully ourselves. I would like to recommend that we cannot continue talking and talking and talking. We must talk and act. I ask you all to think through this, and before we leave here, I said, I'm repeating, let us have a clear action plan on how we are going to start this journey of rethinking who we are, rethinking how we do business, and how we are going to build our independence. You cannot talk independence when you don't have your own money. You can talk independence when you have your own money, so that if external money is coming, both local and international, it's additional. And we can do it. If we are many together, what may look very big will be very, very small. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Before I go, I would like Chris to give me permission to give you knowledge that outside there's a young lady selling a book which can make you understand cooperatives and how to train cooperatives. I know that a number of you have been trying to support cooperatives, but what I also know is that many of you don't know what it is. I had to take time to learn. These ladies out there are selling these books. They are from Uhuru Institute. Please buy them. They'll help you. The other thing which I would like to recommend very strongly is that we have developed a media house which is called the Cooperator. We run an online version, but we also print monthly magazines. This magazine is 120,000 for a whole year. Okay, we can drop it in your office. It writes very, very, and I'll give you a few examples. We wrote this. No license, just a letter of objection, and our circles and IMF say freely with money lenders. It came out on Friday. This law had been passed by Parliament and had taken more than a year in the President's desk. An amendment on the Microfinance and Money Lenders Act, which was closing the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority and moving it back to the ministry. But certain people delayed it. You know what? It came out on Friday, and by Tuesday the President had signed the law. Because he read it and realized that he was missing, he had missed something, delayed something, which was affecting business for microfinance in the country and cooperatives in the country, which are mainly SACCOs. So I would like to say that if you are serious, we can actually put down this. And Chris, this is for you. This is a gift I'm just giving you.
Why don't we give it to the board chair? Please come
yes,
and
please.
receive the
Yeah.
gift.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. This. It's not a free lunch. I don't give free lunch. So, Madam Chair, this is a bundle of previous copies, and the way you pay for it is to subscribe for the cooperator out there. The lady has a form which you're going to subscribe. But I can tell you, even the previous versions have a lot of information that can be very useful for us. And in the last few years we have run the cooperator, nearly everything we have written about, government has responded to it by either taking policy action. Then I realize how powerful writing can be when you do this. Okay, so thank you very much.
You guys need to give Leonard a better hand of applause. He talked about Nafasi. We have board members of Nafasi here. Jackie, please. You are in the governing, is a supervisory committee. So please, Jackie, rise. There's another one. Robert Ninyesiga, you're there. Please stand up. Where is Moses Mulindwa? Moses Mulindwa, where are you? Okay, Moses Mulindwa. So if you want to know more about Nafasi, these people are part of the governance. And you can see they are all responsible, rich people. So none of them is going to take your 2,000. And you chair the vetting committee. So, yeah, please take advantage of that. I should have said, I was waiting for Leonard to say that I'm the chair of the board. So, so clap for me, guys. You should clap for me. But please join Nafasi. I think it was a fantastic idea. It remains a fantastic idea. We can make our own money. And I don't think there is anyone who has that kind of money that you have elaborated. 600 trillion. Yes. Yeah. Then. Yeah. Yeah. $6 trillion. I think that would be good money. We wouldn't need the EU. Yeah, and so we have a new strategic plan. We recast those numbers based on what has happened. So I think the General Secretary, who is Robert, is going to share the strategic plan. So if you reach out to him, he can share the strategic plan. We are about 15 minutes behind schedule, but it means we've done well. So let's clap for the moderators we've had. I think we've done well to recover time after starting 30 minutes late. So we'll now break into very exciting, practical parallel sessions to deepen some of these conversations that have been started by Leonard. The first panel is going to talk about digital transformation, tools, and tactics for inclusive engagement. And on this panel, we have an exciting members. Emmanuel Wawire, who is the Executive Director of Faraja Africa. We have Ms. Helen Namiaro, who is the Executive Director of the Defenders Protection Initiative. And I think Jimmy doesn't need introduction. He has so many books, so please read his books. Dr. Jimmy Spire Sentongo, an academic, a columnist, editorial cartoonist, author, and an anti-corruption activist. I thought you would clap, but you guys, when we talk about reading, you don't become happy. Even Jackie here has many books you should start reading. And this will be hosted by Ms. Agatha Atuhaire, the Executive Director of Agora Discourse. Agatha is here, and she also needs no introduction. We talked about corruption in Parliament. I think Jimmy and Spire did an exciting job to reveal what is happening in Parliament. And this panel conversation is going to be in this room. Does that make sense? Bunyonyi. The second panel is to deepen the conversation on financial sustainability and resource mobilization strategies. And we have an excellent panel. Some of you are asking, private sector, where are you? We have the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. Ms. Sandra Kirenga is going to be on that panel. We have Modern Kalema Musimenta, who is an excellent person and talks about social enterprises and the different financial management models for NGOs. He is the founder and executive director of Mental Leadership Academy. We also have the rich person who is in Nafasi, I have to say that, Ms. Jacqueline Asimwe, the Chief Executive Officer of CSO Africa. Please clap. She also has written books. Please read. And Leonard Okello will join that panel to deepen some of the conversations that he started. He's already been introduced. Right now he's the Chief Executive Officer of the Hulu Institute. This panel is going to be hosted by Dr. Moses Onyoin, who is the Director, Head of Advisory Services at Center for Institutional and Technical Support for Civil Society Organizations. And this is going to be downstairs in Aswa Hall. We have a team of volunteers and ushers outside led by Elizabeth. They all have red tags. They are going to direct you where this hall is. We have only 2 minutes to transition. All the hosts have been advised that we must end the conversations at 12:30 so we can go for lunch. So as soon as you finish, please head to the lunch serving area so you can have lunch, and we'll reconvene at exactly 1:30. Does that make sense? Yes or yes? All right, perfect. Let's go to Aswa, and then those that want to stay here can also stay in this room. I mean, now I think I'm going to invite Agatha. I haven't seen where she's seated for some reason. Where is Agatha seated? Agatha to come to the front, and Moses, lead your team downstairs to Aswa Hall. Can someone help me trace where Agatha is? I can't see her for some reason. Agatha? Agatha Atuhaire? She's behind me. James, are you Agatha? Okay, so as Agatha joins, may I now invite Emmanuel Wawire, so that we save some time. And if you're staying in this room, we want to request you to drift a little bit forward, come a little bit forward, occupy those seats. Don't steal anything you find on the desk, leave it there, so that we can have a more intimate conversation. Emmanuel Wawire, is Jimmy Spire Sentongo here? Is he behind me as well? Okay. Helen, perfect. Helen is on her way. Is Joy going to stay behind there or she's going to come forward? Joy Nabutanda Kawanguzi from Jinja. You're seated with Jemusi. We would like to make this as cozy as possible and as quick as possible, so please come forward so we can save some time. Jimmy, please join us to the stage. And I hope, Jimmy, you've brought some of your books. You haven't? Okay. I will give you contact of Mahiri Books. This is a book you must read. It's a book you must order. There are many others, and you can... Yeah, I'm waiting for Agatha so I can leave this place. But in the meantime, if you're not protesting, please come and join the tables at the front so that we can have a more intimate conversation. Okay. Yona Wanjara, Martin, Wanzara, please do not protest on me. Please come sit in front. Okay, then you get out. Don't stay seated there. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Morris Chris Ongom, you're my namesake. Please come join the front as well. Is Agatha here? Oh. Then you stage.
The room looks so empty now for someone who has been in it in the morning. So I also think that it's a good idea for us to occupy the tables closer. Robert? Yes, thank you. So good morning, everyone. My name is Agatha Taye. I don't know if Chris introduced me, but I'll do it again. Yeah. So my name is Agatha once again. I work with Agora, Center for Research. People tend to confuse and call it Agora Discourse. Agora Discourse is a program under Agora. And Agora Discourse involves the conversations we have with the people through X spaces, but also through the X exhibitions that, that allow all Ugandans to be involved, to share information, to share experiences and opinions. So I work at Agora. I have a colleague there, Godwin Toko. I have a colleague here, Spire. And I will be taking you through the program that is about digital transformation. So I am not going to be able to stand. You're going to forgive me. I'm still nursing injuries from the struggle that we are in, so I'm going to sit and do this while seated. I hope that is okay. So, yeah, I'll take a seat at the left. But in the meantime, people should come closer so that we listen to one another. So yeah, let's get right into it. I'm going to introduce briefly my panelists once again.
The microphone is off.
Is it working?
Press the button. The other one. Down. Yes.
Ah, it was red. I thought it was working already.
Testing to its box.
Ah. And now, is that better? Okay, thank you. So we're going to be discussing digital tools and inclusive engagement by civil society. Also advocacy. I don't know, I agree with Mr. Okello who was here that we did not have civil society in the room. I don't know about yesterday. We had NGOs in the room. So I hope that the next civil society convention, we have churches, we have schools, we have cultural institutions, so that we have... So to discuss with me these issues, I will start on my immediate left with Emmanuel Wabwire, who works with Faraja Foundation. I think most of the introductions have been done, but also the profiles are on the social media pages. The next is Helen Namyalo. Helen works with Defenders Protection Initiative, DPI. I've been a beneficiary of that. When we are running from so many troubles, they have come in handy. And then I have Jimmy Spiers Sentongo, Dr. Jimmy Spiers Sentongo. That's the problem with people being your colleagues. You think they are your mates when they are big people and you forget their titles. And Dr. Jimmy Spiers Sentongo is a lecturer at Makerere University. He's an author, he's an activist, he's a cartoonist, he's a comedian. I don't know if you people have watched his stand-up comedy shows. I always tell him that God is so unfair, getting so many talents and giving them to one person when some of us have nothing. He's also a musician. I've seen him sing and play instruments. So yeah, it's very enviable. So you are welcome to this program. And I think mainly we want to look at how do we harness digital tools? How do we use these technologies and the digital transformation to engage better and more effectively? Especially in a country like Uganda, where other forms of engagement, physical engagements, have not been possible or have been very risky, and people have to look through other ways. The digital age has aided so many engagements, activism, reforms. And we think of the Me Too movement in the US, the Black Lives Matter. In Africa, the Arab Spring, that was started mainly by social media, and EndSARS in Nigeria. In Uganda, we look at the exhibitions. The Portfolio exhibitions was one of the biggest. And then came the Parliament exhibition that I think shook the nation with the revelations that were there. So when we look at that, we want to see how best can we harness that? How best are we using them to the maximum as Ugandans? Is there another way we can use them? What are the opportunities, but also the challenges that have come with that? There are so many challenges, and my panel here will help us in doing that. And I'm going to start with you, Emmanuel, as with the work you're doing in digital literacy and stuff. What would be your view about penetration of the internet, or how many Ugandans are able to reach, to access these digital tools that we want to use for inclusivity? Would you say that the digital tools are making inclusivity better than it was, but also to what extent?
Thank you, Agatha. One of the key things I'd like to first of all highlight is the fact that, yes, the digital inclusivity or connection is increasing day by day in Uganda. Number one, time and time when you leave Kampala or Gulu or any other cities, you'll find that in most of the places you'll have access to 3G network, number one. Number two, the cost of smartphones is relatively dropping, especially with the introduction of companies like ITEL, Techno, and so on. But still there is a group of young people who do not have access to internet in many ways. We are dealing with peculiar different types of generations. One of the first generation, of course, of young people that is phasing out are the millennials. The advantage with the millennials, they come from an old generation where the attention span was a little bit more higher, and they were able to also read a book and read articles and go a little bit more deeper. Then, of course, we have the 1997, 8 above to 2010 or 2009. That is the Gen Z generation. Those had an opportunity to come at the time computers were a bigger reality and internet access was more better. We had Sesemat labs, I think, that time. And we have now the Gen Alphas who were literally born with tabs on their, entertainment, Cocomelon and so on. Ideally, most of them have learned how to swipe the phone and type and use before they learn how to write their names and so on. And it poses quite a good advantage that learning and access to information is much faster, which means also immorality can move also much faster as well, especially on certain sensitive topics that parents used to use parables to lie about. A kid can go and verify with ChatGPT and so on. But it also gives an opportunity for quick intelligence and quick learning for the young people that we are dealing with. Before I even come to the NGOs, this background is important because one of the key things that I know they said we don't have the civil society here, but when we look at the future of the civil society, the danger of where we are going, leaving alone the immense advantages, is we are going towards an artificial civil society, whereby this organization is using ChatGPT to interact with another organization which is using Copilot, another one which is using Gemini. All those are AI platforms. And it's been a continuous requisite that most donors put in place, as Karamaji stated here, doing all these particular good proposals, M&E and many other things. And I'll be able to tell you frankly that in the future, you'll find that proposals will be written by AI. Then human development would cease, because one of the key elements of civil society being able to work is the use of technology to better human life, but not to substitute human life. Today, for those who are employers and have been employing young people, there's a good number of them who are actually good, but some of them actually are challenged because they have over-reliance on AI for critical thinking, problem solving, and their brains are not getting enough exercise as is, and that's why you find that if the brain doesn't have enough exercise in critical thinking, especially problem solving, we have a mental health surge, a mental health challenge on our hands. At the end of the day, we cannot face other developmental issues like unemployment and so on without dealing with the mental health crisis that we have. Back to the room. The reality is that technology is good. That one, let me say that, if it is used wisely, and if it is used with also human intelligence. That is very key. One of the key things as organizations I would encourage, first and foremost, there are two aspects. The first aspect is to have a full organization operating system that allows you to run your day-to-day work, being able to communicate, for example, write documents, and save your data on cloud or on internet platforms and so on. But most importantly, to convene digitally and discuss digitally. The other platforms that ideally come are how to socialize and engage with your constituency, which we call beneficiaries, both direct and indirect as well. But you'll find that the core first one of the operating system that will allow you to engage your direct beneficiaries. But the other aspects like social media and so on will allow you to engage with other beneficiaries that are not necessarily direct. What will I give as an example? There are two major operating systems, plus others, of course, someone can debate. Microsoft is one of them that gives you a whole office package, where as an organization, you're able to run your organization digitally without even having a physical office. And I think this was highly tested during the COVID period. Many organizations adopted to Teams, many organizations adopted to Office, co-developing documents together, not necessarily in one room, but using the internet to connect one another and sharing ideas and commenting with all track changes and everything. And not to mention, it's the same with an email system communicating with one another, but that core operating system allows you to organize your organization. That's the whole point of organization anyway, organizing. Okay. And Google being another particular aspect or tool that you can use to do the same. But key thing, as you've organized yourself, how are you reaching out to the people? Mm-hmm. One of the key things, reaching out to the people involves, number one, digital storytelling. How are you using social media? For both, social media has two categories, microblogging and macroblogging, Twitter, for this instance, is now the way to go because it has micro-blogging. But when Elon Musk took over and turned X, it added the concept of macro-blogging because Facebook was so big on macro-blogging. There are also other platforms that allow both vlogging, macroly and microly. Macroly is YouTube, whereby every organization has an opportunity to showcase the work you're doing, to create more awareness in form of documentaries and so on, because most of us forget every time we want to talk about testimonials in our videos, but that is not helping so much the community. You're just marketing yourselves. But what helps the community? Doing more awareness pieces, more documentaries, more information building content, but also being aware that our attention span as of today has decreased to 8.25 seconds, and that is the challenge. And I'll tell you the reality that it gets worse and worse because the majority are the young people, and there is need to be creative.
Okay,
For now,
so
I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you. So we will get back to the attention span and how to solve that problem. Helen, coming to you. So the key word in the topic we are discussing here is inclusive engagement. We have less than 15% internet users in this country. We're being told, especially us who work on social media, that Twitter is not on the ground. I think there's a candidate of in NRM who said, "Wanoku ground birara nnyo, but tebamanyi Twitter." So how do you discuss inclusive engagement with digital tools where you have less than 15% of the population accessing these tools?
Thank you, Agatha. Good morning, everybody. I think the way we can include everybody in this digital transformation, first of all, is if we can integrate the new and the old. Many of us are on Twitter, are on YouTube and Facebook, but we forget that we have the rural population, we have unemployed youth that are not included because of, one, the costs and also accessibility. So I believe we need to go back to use the USSD, the codes, and also use SMSs because that reaches the person on the ground. And also because USSD is, you can make it anonymous and collect information, maybe how are the health systems in your area, how are the political leaders serving you. And I think UNICEF using their U report, USSD has done this very well. So SMSs that can be used to call for public action, and then also the USSD to make polls and surveys and get this information. But also, we could benchmark. I know of an app in South Africa that is called Mayo. I think it's only on the Android right now, and it is totally free. You don't need internet, you don't need airtime.
What is the app called?
It's called Mayo, M-A-Y-O. You don't need internet, you do not need airtime, you just log in and you can chat with your friends, message them, you can make calls, but you can also find information on different platforms like for accountability or elections. And what they do and how they make it free is that they use something called reverse billing, that they go to the communication companies, mobile companies, and tell them, you know what, put this up on your portal, and how are you going to make money? Companies that are profit-making put their adverts in this space. So they are tapping on to like 6 million users or subscribers. So every time they tap on an ad, you're making money, but at the same time, you're getting market for your products. And it has really helped because the statistics say that they have about 6 million subscribers, and it actually competes with WhatsApp, YouTube, and even WeChat, the Chinese one. So things like that. And I think us as civil society should start thinking of such solutions to our people that do not have access, or even where the cost is too high for the digital inclusion and transformation.
Thank you, Helen. I think for you, Spire, I would like also your view on that, but also to go to the next question of how do you determine which tool or platform would be effective? For example, you are a big user of Twitter, How do you arrive at thinking that this is the best way to engage, this is the most effective platform? But let's start with what you think about access.
In terms of, certainly access is not for everyone. There are different degrees of access. As it has already been mentioned, in many rural areas, people may not be able to access, but at the same time, I think there are many people that are not captured by the statistics, because when I go to my village, maybe it's not the ideal one. To give as an example, I see that many young people have phones and they are very active on TikTok, and they communicate a lot on WhatsApp. Maybe they may not be on particular platforms like X because of language. Yeah, but I think that the level of penetration is quite deep, and perhaps deeper than what we project. One of the possible reasons why it is under-declared is to give the impression that when we are talking on social media, we are talking to ourselves, and therefore we get discouraged that you're reaching just a few people. But I think even I was in Moroto some few months ago, and I realized even there that there are so many people on smartphones, especially younger people. So I think it's much more than what we see in the statistics. And in terms of choice of platform to use, I think in Uganda it's partly an option, partly a choice, but also we are forced into where we are in one way or the other. I was initially very active on Facebook, but it was because Facebook was shut down that I ended up on X, but I had resisted for so long going to X. But the choices are usually on account of the audience that one would want to reach, on account of the forms of communication you would want to use, are mostly into text and use of images, and not so much into videos. That's why I'm a bit hesitant on TikTok. But one of the assurances I get is, even for some of the people that may not access the platforms where we are, you realize that there is a lot of interconnection, overlap. The information that may start on X ends up on TikTok. Some of what comes from TikTok comes to X, and then it goes to radio, then you find it in the newspapers. So this idea that when you're talking on social media, you're talking to a few people, I think it is either deliberately meant to give a wrong impression, or if it's not, it's based on a misunderstanding. The conversations you talked of the exhibitions. When we ran the exhibitions, there are many people who were not on X who were talking about them because they heard about them on radio, or because they saw them reported in the papers, or somehow they get into everyday conversation. So you cannot limit the reach in terms of the people who are on the platform, the statistics of, let's say, the people who are on X. The people who are on X are in conversation with others who are on so many different platforms. And I think that maximizes the penetration.
Okay, I agree. When we started Agora, the main question we're being asked is, if you are working only online, on X, how are you going to reach people in the villages? And that time, the answer I would give is that, for me, I am happy to just mobilize the 3 million people, or 4 or 5, that are in Kampala metropolitan or urban centers. It's better than not mobilizing anyone. When we did the exhibitions, especially the Parliament exhibition, it reached my mother in the village who is not on Twitter. And I think, as Spire said, it was because of that interconnection and complementarity, because we saw so many of the stories about Parliament exhibition in the newspapers. I think Daily Monitor every day would run something about the exhibition, and then radios and whatever. And radios are still our best bet, like the most widely form of media. So maybe if we can look into those sorts of collaborations, so that where you have something that you want to reach the entire country, you get, I don't know how far Faraja goes in terms of geographically in Uganda. So, because for us, Agora is just in Kampala here, we haven't really had the resources to expand. So I think that form of collaboration where you find Faraja Foundation or NGO Forum reaches far, has offices and whatever, and then you ask that some of the information is shared on radio stations that side. I hope we can pick from that. So yeah, so that's it about how we can maneuver the issues of access to gain inclusivity. I wanted to look at the challenges. So with all the advantages we see about that have been brought about by these digital platforms, there have come maybe challenges are double the advantages. And I wanted to, for us to talk about how to circumvent these challenges and continue to use these tools in a way that is sustainable, effective, but also not harmful. I think I'll start with you, Emmanuel, on one of the biggest challenges being misinformation, disinformation, and all the issues that come with that. Manipulation of digital content, AI, deepfakes, and how do we resolve that? How do we work around a challenge like that to make sure that the information we are giving to the public is accurate, because we want to inform, to make sure we empower and have informed decisions.
Thank you. We used to have a verification tool, and that was verification, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, but the guy Elon came and just monetized the whole process. Now it doesn't really matter who is actually talking online. However, one of the things that maybe organizations or even individuals can actually adopt to is one, having websites. That's the first beginning point. If an organization has a website, on server management, there's what we call domain integrity. Domain integrity also means that when was this website domain bought, and how long has it been used, and what protections does it have in terms of digital information exchange. Cloudflare is one of the systems that you can use to protect yourself and so on. However, on this website, you have an opportunity, one, to publish information. And out of the information that has been published, it is now shared on other social media platforms that if anyone needed to verify, there's authenticity on this other side. I've seen where fake news tweets have been put up, but a verification tweet has been put up and a link to a website has been put up, which makes it a little bit more official. Fortunately, that's one space that has still maintained integrity in so many ways. However, of course, there's been a lot of hackers and attacks on that area that have been coming through and through. The second particular thing that I think every one of us can do, it's important to have team communication strategy. It's very sad for an organization to be here and the executive director is not officially on social media in their official capacity. Number two, it would be sad to have an organization tweeting alone and the staff members are not adding a voice. So in terms of information sharing and authentication, it needs to have one, influencers. And I know here in Uganda, an influencer has been termed as someone with very many followers. But in actual sense, sometimes an influencer is someone who has who has an official authority to speak on behalf of the organization, or is an affiliate of an entity that has the ability to speak. We have seen different algorithms directing different discussions and so on. So it's important for an organization to know the niche of the communications they want to put out and how best to make it rain. Importantly, also key is looking at what content we are using. One of the key things you will not run away from is visual content. Yeah, as I said earlier, today you'll make a tweet, as most organizations had adopted to the 3 tweets per day, morning, lunchtime, and evening as they clock out, right? But I'll tell you, the pool of tweets that will come from other entities will cover everything that you're actually talking about and so on. So one of the key things is, one, can you create creative content, videos? And those videos, you need a 30-second video, you need a 60-second video, you need a 3-minute video, most probably at most, maybe a 15 minutes maximum video for those serious people who really want to dive deeper into what you're talking about. So on every report that you're publishing, it should be backed up by breaking down of the content into creative means to actually disseminate what you're talking about on that particular report. This includes baseline surveys, annual reports, and so on. And not only looking at the testimonials. There are 3 phases to content development. One is the formative. What is the problem? What is happening? So your digital team should go and actually capture that information. Then in the middle, they can come and say, what is working? What is not working? And be honest, don't only wait for testimonials, because M&E, they added something called learning. So if something goes wrong, it's not bad. It is a learning opportunity. So talk about it and see ways on how to mitigate that. Then you can come and collect your testimonials.
Okay.
Or other challenges as well. So that would be a way of beating. So if you have one, written content, verifiable on your website, and video backing, or even sometimes photos, that's evidence enough for you to work with.
All right. So when Emmanuel talked about a 3 tweets per day, I was thinking that's typical NGO, ticking boxes. I have to make sure there's a tweet in the morning, a tweet in the afternoon, and a tweet in the evening, which I think doesn't work in terms of, I see how we tweet at Agora and people are saying, no, the timeline today is crazy. If you put something there, it won't be seen, because if NUP puts out its flag bearer list, there is nothing, even if it's as important as her, that you will put out there and people interact with it. Because everyone has to comment about why they chose Warukaga over, what's his name, over Medad Segona. So I think that whole, the routine thing that the NGO sector does should change, and everything should be determined by the dynamics, you know? How much of what you are writing about are people happy to interact with? And I'm not saying you should go by the people, but you should go by what determines people's attention to that kind of. So if it's a NUP day, you had better wait and put that important information out tomorrow and not follow the 3-tweet rule. Helen, the other big challenge has been digital security. The digital platforms are susceptible to surveillance, to hacking. We have issues with data protection, and I know that DPI, one of the things it does is, you know, raising these issues and maybe educating, sensitizing people about it. How do we maneuver? How do you make sure that, I've seen every day people say, my Twitter has been hacked, ignore what is being put out. But I've also seen people complain about their phones being hacked. We've had some conversations being leaked. So how do we deal with that problem?
Thank you, Agatha. I think to begin with, via communication, and sometimes I feel like we sound like broken records, especially with NGOs, because we have done this work over and over again, but every day is a learning opportunity. So for communication, we have apps like Signal, WhatsApp, and there's a new one called Thama, because these days even WhatsApp is hacked. I think Signal might be hacked soon. But the advantage we have is that these days we have civic tech innovation. There are people out there that have open source applications that are made for us as civil society in order to keep us safe online and as we do our work. So multi-factor authentication is one thing that we recommend. Previously, it used to be 2-factor authentication. Then it improved, it's now multi-factor. So previously, they would just send you a code and say, put in this code. But now, when they want to make sure it is you, they'll send you a code and say, check on your phone or on your iPad or on your tab. Woe unto you if you don't have the password for that equipment they're telling you to check. But at least that gives another layer of protection. And then also they make sure that that's the number that you've registered with somewhere, and then they say maybe click yes on your phone or click YouTube, just to make sure that you are the same person that is trying to get into this device or this information. But also, Google and Microsoft also have authenticators that are timed about 30 seconds. So they'll just send you and say, authenticate. And then there's a code that you just go and put in and say, yes, it's this one. So those help us with the hacking. And also, we also recommend using encrypted folders and emails. You can have a folder on your laptop that is hidden into a G drive or a D drive, and it's only you who knows what you called it and where it is. And we use software like Proton Email and Firebolt or VeraCrypt for the folders, such that even if someone told you stand up now and leave your computer, you comfortably stand up, because or else you try to resist, you don't know what will happen. So you just stand up, leave, but you know that there's a folder that only you can access. Again, please make sure you remember your password, because yourself, if you don't, you're not getting back into that folder. So, and then also for journalists, activists, people who go to the field, sometimes you have evidence, you have photos, you have a message, but you know police is coming for you and they're going to grab, confiscate your equipment. There are apps like, like Teller. It's TELLER. It backs up in seconds and also deletes in seconds, such that if you're sending it to your friends, even if they confiscate it, it has backed up and it has deleted. So in the phase that we are going in for elections for journalists and activists, these are some of the apps and softwares that they can use. But also, I think, just allow me to talk about the internet shutdowns, because I think that is predictable. We don't even have to think about it. That is likely to happen. So Wi-Fi's are off, data is off, but we still want to communicate and coordinate. We have an app like Briar, BRIAR. It works with Bluetooth and works within 100 meters of each other, but also 100 people. It can't go over that or else it will crash. But if you're in this room and we're 100 and everybody has Briar and also has Bluetooth, we can coordinate and talk to each other. But also the precaution is, please, we need to be downloading these things now, not in January. Because if internet is off, then we cannot have these safe tools to do our work.
Helen, I don't think you should have said these things here, because now you're giving these people the tips and they will look
and
for
James
ways.
Said we have security here.
I think that people should look for Helen privately and learn about these tips of circumventing, because if people don't want you to connect, they will make sure that Briar is also not working. We do not want to kubalabala, as the Uganda say, but that's a very, very big thing. We have been thinking about it for the longest time, and I reached a point and said, you know what, maybe it will be a good time to just rest. When they shut down the internet, maybe we'll just rest and pick up from where we'll have stopped. But it's good to know that there are people in the room that have some of these solutions. Resting is not an option. We do not have that luxury. So we'll come. For now, let's first keep them to ourselves and see if they can work and replace the internet. But had you concluded on security?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So thank you very much. Security is something that even I, who uses the internet a lot and for sensitive work, I don't think I even need more lessons. I just need to learn how to not forget passwords, because there are so many things that require passwords, and I never remember. And people like Helen are always telling us to use complicated ones that no one can guess. If I use the complicated ones, I will never remember it. If I don't leave my email open, I will never remember the password for it. So I don't know how to solve a problem like that. And I don't think, Helen, you have a solution for poor memory issues. But if you do, I'll be happy to come to you. So I forgot to ask the organizers if there's if the audience is allowed to ask questions. We have 15 minutes left, and I could ask one question and get one or two from the audience. But if that's not happening, I have enough questions to last us the 15 minutes. So for you, Spire, this issue is about the fleeting nature of the internet, but also maybe it also connects with the attention span that Emmanuel here spoke about. But in terms of how easily people move on from one issue, how do you ensure that there's that sort of sustainability on the internet to discuss the important issues? How do you ensure that that content is kept for posterity or for discussions later? Yeah, so mainly that.
Yeah, I think every tool will have its own downsides, and I think it's upon us to know that much as this tool can do this, there is this that it either can't do, or it's a weakness that is embedded within its nature. So I look at the fleeting nature of social media not as a weakness or something that I should worry about, because much as it has that side, if you're very attentive to it, or if you're conscious about it, you will innovate other ways of going about it. I'll give an example of the spaces, the Agora spaces that have been happening. You'll have a conversation, but one would think that after that conversation, you're moving on to something else. And that even if it is recorded, very few people will go back to listen to that conversation. We've been having the transition series of conversations, which series now we are turning into a book. When you compile a book out of it, it means that you have put it in a form that is going to stay for some time, that you have managed to jump out of the fleeting nature of the internet. So I think only those who are not aware of that side will get trapped into it. And it is deliberate for those on the other side to keep you busy chasing red herrings as you're focusing on this, just as it is in Uganda today, that it appears the strategy is to overwhelm us with scandals, that you can never concentrate on any scandal. As you're talking about Mavati theft, then there is another theft and another, then there is this money stolen through workshops. So it reaches a point and you feel like you're chasing thieves in all directions, and you might give up chasing. But if you are aware about what they are doing, you also innovate accordingly, and you know that, yes, this information might disappear. How do I put it in a different form? But the other side is that you mentioned complementarity and working together with other actors. You're aware that there are other people who are working on using platforms or methods that are more stable, if I'm to use that word. Like when we ran the pothole exhibition, for me initially the idea I had was just run the exhibition, and once the exhibition is done, we have made our statement, we move on. Then someone came up and said, oh, we have written a report. Do you think it is okay for us to launch the report? I said, yeah, that is great, because I never had an idea of a report, but if it's in such a form, it's going to stay longer. So the worry should make us realize that there are ways of getting around it, and especially if we are conscious about not working in isolation, working with those that use other methods that would determine a longer stay in discussion, but also being aware that you can always bring back these conversations even when there are so many distractions, which is what sometimes I do with cartoons. You know, you notice that a particular topic is forgotten, you draw a cartoon to bring back the conversation, and you realize that the public will come back to it. But if you allow yourself to be blown around like a leaf, then you will end up like that, and that is what the other side would desire to see.
Thank you. So the audience can ask 2 or 3 questions in the remaining minutes we have. So I'm going to, I hope there's a microphone in the room. Oh, I thought I thought Toko was going to do that with something. So do we have a microphone, or are we okay without microphones? And so in the meantime, I don't know if we are waiting for a microphone. Yeah, I've seen one. Yeah, so please, 1 minute each, since the hands are many.
Thank you very much. And I want to commend our dear panelists for those very wonderful insights and submissions. My name is Joy Kawanguzi. I work with an NGO called FABIO, First African Bicycle Information Organization. Yeah, I think I would direct mine to Emma. While I fully appreciate and recognize the value AI and digitalization brings into play, I am equally concerned about, you earlier mentioned, how we are losing the critical thinking, especially the young people. So my concern is, how can we address, it would be nice to look at AI or digitalization as a support tool, not necessarily replacing the critical thinking, you know. So how prepared can we be, or how prepared are we, or how can we address it so that in the end, as we embrace digitalization, we don't totally lose out the talent, the thinking, and all that. Thank you.
So the lady here, and then we come in front.
Yes, thank you. My name is Ezra, and I do appreciate of course, the digitalization processes, but amidst of which there are still very many other challenges. For example, I come from the Rwenzori region, but also within the Rwenzori region, there are places where you will not find access to internet, or if there is access to internet, there are places where even electricity has not reached. Yes, there is coverage of probably possession of phones, but you know, a youth can spend 3 to 4 days when they have had a phone that is not charged. And you know that for every microsecond, information is flowing, and that in itself becomes a challenge. But also in Uganda here, if you look at the cost of the data bundles, I think we still have the very expensive data bundles. Now for the youth that are unemployed, how then do we expect them better to access the internet? But also there is a lot of mystery when it comes to understanding the different digital platforms that are available. There are youth deep in the villages who do not even know about X. So it's not necessarily true that by coverage of phone possession, then it is equally to say that it's true that people are accessing the information. But also, how do we do the balance between the processes of AI? Today, you ask a junior staff to write you a report, and you realize he has used AI. He has even forgotten to edit it. It's good to use AI, but better if it is balanced with the human thinking. I submit.
Okay. Here, and then the two tables in front.
Thank you very much. My name is Annemaike Kruiselbrink, OE2, from Backup, Uganda. I do have a question, but I wanted to start with a critical note, and that is, without denying the value of social media, is to also keep in mind that social media platforms are not neutral. They are businesses. They put money in people's pockets. Your data is being used for certain purposes. So let that be something that we keep in mind while we think of how to effectively use these platforms. Let's think of the real people behind them who create these platforms in such a way that they become more and more addictive, that they feed certain information into your lives. Yes, you can use them creatively, absolutely, but let's keep in mind who this is benefiting in the end as well when we choose which platforms to use and how. I wouldn't be doing my job if I wouldn't be asking this question, so this goes to all the panelists. When we talk of inclusive engagement, digitally or otherwise, accessibility comes up as well, not just in terms of devices, in terms of internet, in terms of electricity, but also in terms of accessibility of the content itself. So my question to you is, when it comes to engaging truly everyone, not just people who can use the platforms easily, but also those who may have disabilities, who may find them challenging to use, who cannot access the standard information, what have you tried already? In terms of alternative text, in terms of image descriptions, in terms of subtitles of videos, things like that. What have you tried, and do you have any recommendations for the people in the room? Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to do these tables, and I would like us to return to the panel so that there's enough time to respond to these questions and comments. Where did the microphone go? Ah,
here.
Okay.
I stand.
1 minute, please. Let's.
Thank you so much. My name is Harish Namtebe, and I work for Network for Community Development. Mine is a comment to emphasize that indeed social media is used far and beyond. There is a time there was a health exhibition. I happened to be in Nairobi for a different gathering, and I was surprised because the team of Kenyans came through and said, "This is a Ugandan. Explain to us how this is working. How is your ministry responding?" Indeed, I wasn't following, but I was forced to go back and read and find out. So in one way or another, it works for a particular group of people, and you'll be surprised that while we are in Uganda, information is flowing way beyond where we expect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So quickly, let's just, please pass it on to the lady in front, and then we'll come to the gentleman here.
Thank you.
Please don't put up any more hands. I hate to not, but I'll pick you, Robert. So we'll do 3 and then get back here. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Tushemiri Reshadia, and I serve on the EU Youth Sounding Board. I would like to start with a point of information to maybe those who didn't watch the East African Youth Parliament. As the youth of East Africa, we carried the motion that the member states of East Africa should promote our digital rights as the youth. So we are praying that the member states will actually give us what we requested for. So moving on forward, I would like to appeal to civil society organizations in this room to consider the youth and do more of digital marketing trainings for the youth, because much as we are using these social media platforms for political and social justice causes, there is also more to that, because personally I run an online business and I make money out of it. So we are requesting that organizations who are into marketing or business skilling, please give the youth those trainings. They can make a life difference in their lives.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So the gentleman here, and then Robert Sempala over there. So, there was another hand? Okay, you guys are going
Just
to make Chris come for me here. Yes, please.
My attention, I'm John Silko from Rekinet. My attention was on the issue of security, and the solutions are there, so many solutions as Madam was trying to put forward. But the question is, the stress should be on the personal security. The person themselves are the ones who could be very vulnerable, to the extent that even if you give them several IT solutions, they will still remain vulnerable. Then the last one would be that how do we ensure that there is real-time feedback and relevant action that comes out of our social media campaigns? Because as long as that one does not come up, people will not go back every time. Thank you.
Thank you. So here, and I don't think we'll have time for more questions and comments.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Benson Ekyo-Chen. I work with the Public Affairs Center, Uganda. I am so amazed by what you people did with the parliamentary exhibitions. No doubt media, digital platforms work. But I have two issues. One, how do you sustain the counter narratives that come out? I remember when you did the parliamentary issues, immediately I think after 3-4 months, the IGG released a report exonerating the speaker, actually saying that there is no wrongdoing. How do you counter some of these narratives that tend to water down? And then the thing was intriguing me. How do you get, when I looked at your parliamentary exhibitions, the documents, the what was actually authentic, I was wondering, how did a doctor get all this information? Do you, do you have a network? And then finally, how do you deal with harassment? I remember, and this is a question to particularly Dr. Ann. I know what happened to you in Tanzania, what has been going on. How do you deal with this harassment? What keeps you moving in?
Thank you.
What lessons? I think I would need to get a tip of that.
Thank you, sir. Mark?
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Mark Cherop. I work for Kasawa in Sebei, and also a member of the Digital Security Alliance, which is a brainchild of the DPI. I wanted to speak to two things, and one is the internet shutdowns that we've talked about. That even as civil society, I think we seem to be comfortable with it, that we've not seen petitions maybe to Parliament. Because when it comes to things like incident response, how do we do it when, for example, there is internet shutdowns? Because if we come on there after, it seems like we are doing a post-mortem. I've seen, for example, UCC doing trainings for journalists and others across the country. But if you see the people who are doing the trainings, the facilitators are military people.
Thank you.
And then finally, on the cost of internet, that is it deliberate, for example, to keep the youth poor, for example, because the cost of internet is very high? When the deputy speaker ascended to power, I saw a tweet that he made, and he said, why should internet bundles, for example, if I have a bundle, why should it expire? And there has not been any discussion thereafter on the same. Thank you.
So the last person is Robert. I've already overshot the time I was given. And for internet shutdown, like I said, approach Helen privately so that we don't put out all our... Yes,
No.
Robert.
Thank you very much. I work with the Human Rights Network for Journalists Uganda. And mine is about what Helen has shared with us. And you said we can approach her privately. But
of course, there's a problem with that because we want the information to reach everyone. But,
yes.
But still, there's a bigger problem.
Mine would be to invite Helen, maybe even supporters that can, see Helen traverse the country, to equip the HRDs at this point, because they may not even be able to reach out to her, but she can have a deliberate campaign to reach out to HRDs in their respective areas and empower them with these precautionary steps of ring-fencing internet shutdowns, but also the backups, seconds deletion and sending. That has intrigued me, especially for the journalists and HRDs who have a lot of sensitive information. So I think it would not be Helen, us reaching out to Helen. It would be a national deliberate campaign supported for DPI to be able to roll out this campaign for all of us.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
So thank you very much. I'm going to give my panelists 2 minutes each. You can choose one question, each of you, to respond to that. Maybe 1.5 minutes. I have 5 minutes because I added myself 10 minutes. Let's start with you, Emmanuel.
Thank you. One of the key things I would just comment on is on AI. Artificial intelligence has the capability to learn from us. So one of the things we should endeavor to do is AI training. I and my colleague have been talking about it and seeing how best, because you see when you log and create a ChatGPT account, it's as dumb as it comes usually sometimes. But when you start putting in prompts, it starts getting your thinking patterns, it starts understanding how you are reasoning, where your train thoughts are going, even your writing style. In the long run, it will now be able to pick up. However, one of the key things is how to avoid young people from getting overly dependent on it. I think it goes way back to education at home. I've come to agree and completely agree that the education system is completely not enough. So that means that every parent here would and must adopt to homeschooling as well, as a complementary to the normal education system. But at the same time, employers who are here, executive directors, you need to know that when you're employing staff, even young people, you owe it to have a human development or capacity building plan, human resource development plan. That means that periodically you need to mentor, because you're not going to force them not to use the platforms. They're going to use them. Anything to ease the work, they will do it. But one of the key things is give reason for someone to learn how to use their brain consistently and more. Then also to clean the work they do in the different particular element and areas. Then the other thing also in terms of social media, in making it inclusive in many ways. The reality is that more social media capacity building trainings must happen beyond here. Before, Facebook had over 4.6 million accounts in Uganda, and Twitter at the time had about 248,000. That was as of 2015. However, with the Facebook shutdown that happened, numbers of Twitter have increased. But I would also like to say that majority of the social media users, not only in Uganda, are actually on Instagram, Snapchat. Facebook is mostly the Gen X's and millennials. Some of them we have spilled over to Twitter. The Gen Z's majority have been on Instagram, trying to spill over to Snapchat. If you look at our 2010 high schoolers up to Form 6, sometimes first year campus, majority are using Snapchat and TikTok. So the issue is how do we adopt to driving content that can be used on these different places and different particular areas. Just 1 minute, Agatha, on one key priority area.
We don't have 1 minute, but please.
Okay,
conclude.
yes.
Yeah.
The issue of organizations adopting to having more like operational systems. Google and currently Google and Microsoft being one of those platforms that should be used for data management. Why? I know Microsoft is one of the best currently, because in Microsoft you can be able to use your word system writing or content development. You can use your cloud systems and so on, but also you can use it for surveys, M&E and many other particular aspects. At the same time, you can use it for teleconferencing and also data protection. For example, if you were hacked or raided as an organization, on your admin panel, you can actually shut down all the machines, and it will take a short while to erase all the data and move it to the OneDrive.
Okay. I think that we need to continue these conversations. Emmanuel seems to have all the tips we need, but the time we were given, unfortunately, wasn't enough. Helen, you can choose one question to respond to.
Yeah. I'll do two. One, I'll start with Robert. For everybody that needs more tools and information on the digital security, we have a clinic outside there, and we have this information on this card, so that will be very helpful. But that will be in addition to us coming to you and canvassing the whole country to make sure that activists and human rights defenders are safe. And then for Mark, on that we should petition on the internet shutdowns. I think we all know our legal context here where games are played, but good enough. We have people on my side here who can sustain pressure that we also sustain and say, do petitions, but also on social media, and say this is really wrong. And I think it was very important, someone said about access and content for people with disabilities. I accept that is a very big challenge that we have, and we need to work on it with networks and coalitions that work with disabled people. Thank you.
Spire?
Yeah, on expanding access to the various categories, such as those with disabilities, you will notice that many of that we use a variety of forms of communication. You'll see videos, you'll see graphics, simplified information, you'll see cartoons without words, cartoons with text. I understand that still there are some who will be left out. but at least there is an attempt to expand the scope as much as possible. But also the understanding that there are various players. So often you'll get people who volunteer to come on board, maybe to repackage the information for a group that is not able to access the forms that you're using. And that relates to the question that we are often asked. Sometimes you're dealing with this and the public or someone comes up and says, but you're not doing this, you're also not doing that. And you ask yourself, but we can only do so much. And you only do what you can do, expecting that there will be others who join and do the other part that you can't do. And it's that, that collective effort, also basing on capabilities. There are things, for instance, that me, Agatha, Toko, we have no idea about, for instance, how to communicate to people with disabilities, some kinds of disabilities. But someone who has that knowledge can come on board and advise that maybe on this we can repackage information in a given way. I think that helps a lot. There was the comment on countering, how to deal with counter narratives. There have been two major counter narratives in many of the campaigns we have run. One was that these are working for imperialists, the other, they are working for homosexuals, and you can clearly see that it is simply meant to deflect, to take away attention from what you're saying. But when you keep showing the public that this is what they are doing, this is what they are trying to achieve, you realize that with time people start seeing through all these tactics. And when Parliament, for instance, was saying that these are homosexuals fighting the Speaker, then you would see comments from the public saying, yes, we are the homosexuals and we want accountability. Saying, oh, when did we get here where Ugandans say that we are homosexuals demanding for accountability? But it's simply to show that we know what you're doing, but you're not going to silence us. We will insist on what we are doing. I think that's one of the ways, but over time, when a tactic is repeated several times, people start asking, why is it that they are insistent on saying imperialists, imperialists, even on obvious things like corruption? Why don't you respond to the accusation and instead say that it's being carried around by, with the support of imperialists? And lastly, how do we get the information? Of course, without blowing anyone's cover. For any issue that you'll deal with, there will be victims, and the victims are from within the institutions, for instance, that you're exhibiting. They'll volunteer this information. So much of it comes from within. It will be a ministry, and someone from the ministry will come to you in a form that they consider to be safe and tell you this and this is going on. They'll give you the documents. So it's often from within, and these volunteers, for as long as there is trust, when you build a certain level of trust, they will volunteer that information. Maybe Agatha can speak more to this. So all the documents you are seeing about Parliament, it's not really that we have to go out of the way on our own and get it from the source, but someone will bring it to you that there is this and this going on. Much as we would say, for instance, that government is rotten, even within government there are people who are concerned about the things that are happening, and when they see a campaign going on, some of those few will want to add something by at least contributing information.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we are the ones standing between people and lunch, but the issues that we didn't give as much attention as needed. For example, the gentleman that left here also asked about attacks. And those are something that we need to have another session about. How do you deal with the smear campaigns, the online attacks, the gender? Actually, most times they're gendered, so the women will face more than the men in that area. But the long story, to cut the long story short, is that if you are going to be in this space, you just have to develop a thick skin. You know how a child gets so many diseases and eventually they are immune. So you have to take, the attacks until they no longer affect you. as long as you know what your ultimate objective is. There's also, I wanted to add on what Spire said about getting this information. The hard work goes now into verifying it. Because every person, I've been in journalism for long enough to know that every source has their own agenda. So if the agenda is to destroy the speaker, they could even as well give you wrong information. So there has to be so much work put into verifying this information, making sure your case is watertight, which is what we did with the Parliament exhibition, because we know that in this business we have created for ourselves so many enemies. I tell people that I put out maybe not even up to 50% of the information I have, but where there's no evidence, I will just stay with that information to inform my digging, but I will not put it out because I know that there will be so many defamation cases that you can't deal with. I think lastly, no, there's also an issue of censorship. I'm sure many of you have heard about the Computer Misuse Amendment Act, and so many people, especially TikTokers, are in prison because of that. We have run so many profiles of those. And I don't know if in this room would have found a way to deal with that, other than the fact that as soon as it was passed, we took this act to court because it is unconstitutional. But 3 years later, we have never even got a date to start hearing it. So I don't know if there's any other option that we can explore. So maybe that's a conversation we can take beyond here and see how to deal with that. So very lastly, there's a lady that told us about businessmen behind these social media platforms, and who are they benefiting, and the fact that they are not neutral. So that's a conflict I've had for a long time. So you have principles that, I don't want to deal with Elon Musk because of everything he represents. But then there's also this reality that in this country, conventional media is not in our reach, We don't own it, we don't, it's more highly censored than this other media, but also the reach. We were talking about access for internet and social media platforms, but then it is, even if it is still limited, it is much, much more than traditional media. But also that freedom of everyone to access it, respond in real time. So you have to balance between my disagreements with maybe Elon Musk, or whatever he represents, or whatever he benefits by us using social media, but then with the only way, the only method we have to reach Ugandans. So I hope that it's a necessary evil that we have to deal with for now, but she is very right. It is good to keep in mind that. And I am going to stop here. Please, a round of applause to the panelists in this. Thank you. And as I said, we can continue these discussions. I hope that DPI can, host us and teach us more about, and of course Faraja, about access, about internet shutdowns, and how and security. Thank you very much.
Thank you.